Hmm? Oh. Well, it's okay. I can eat cereal or something. Or yeah. I mean, do you have milk?
Morning, Tim.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. All right. Well, I'll just eat the bread. Yep, Michael. I'm in Jersey today and tomorrow. Get back to Jack's tomorrow night. Morning, everybody.
Oh my goodness.
I just wipe my hands with this if you want. It's just.
I got it. I got a tissue. I got tissues here. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
They were waiting on me when I came in this morning.
Lovely.
I
Look
know.
at that.
That's not a
Chocolate
bad
covered
way to start the
strawberries.
day. Come on.
Thank you. Look at that. Gina brought me a chocolate covered strawberry.
I heard.
Oh, yeah. David's not the only one that could eat in front of the damn microphone.
Yeah.
Just watch me.
No, EB.
And we got a chocolate stand on the pants already. All right.
Nice.
Yes, yes, indeed. That was delicious.
Hit the spot.
A little coffee, a little chocolate covered strawberries, a little football talk. Today's shaping up. If all goes well, I'll get into the dentist. I'll get a root canal by 5 o'clock, David.
Hello.
Hello, how we doing? All right. And here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this hump day. Let's get over it together, shall we? Hope your week is going well. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. A big day for Miller and Moulton and the show. And a terrific guest list. Our grade 8 hour is Pat Kirwan and Bud Elliott. Huh?
Can't do any better than that. Pat was
No.
at Jets training camp yesterday, his old stomping grounds, talking with Aaron Glenn, so should have plenty to report on with Pat.
But Miller and Moulton on this National Radio Day.
Hey, how about that? And we're on the radio.
Yes.
Look at
And
us.
And I think it's also National Bacon Day. Did I see something along those lines? There's a bacon day
Yes,
of some kind today.
You are correct. You are correct. And I kind of dismissed it because I don't know, there's no poll question for bacon. What's your love of bacon? More than my wife, less than my wife. I don't know what other questions you can really ask.
Where and how is it you enjoy bacon most? On a sandwich, a side breakfast? I mean, that would be about it, right?
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's time. It's the part of the week where we probably, on a sports show, should attempt to have a sports question.
All right. Okay. I guess. What's your favorite week 0 game coming up?
Man, oh man, I'm telling you, are so damn hard on week 0. I really can't wait for Monday when Iowa State, Kansas State had been a thriller and everybody who missed it feels sorry for themselves.
Right.
And then we can start getting ready for games you care about, because apparently the world doesn't start until Moulton's ready for week 1. You have poo-pooed week 0 for a month, and I've had it. I mean, you're in Jersey with mom. You should, for those of you on Twitch, you should see. Here's David, a guy, closer to 60 than 55. I mean, he's inching up on 60.
Mark, let's be very honest. Closer to 60 than 59.
Well, there you go. I was trying to be nice. So a nearly 60-year-old man, and David has said for the longest time he's a mama's boy, and he means that with great affection. He's very tight with his mom. Dad wasn't around, so he and his mom have a very special relationship, and that's wonderful. I didn't really realize how special until this morning, because the nearly 60-year-old was being catered on by the nearly 81-year-old. Unbelievably. I mean, he took the headsets off 3 times in the 5 minutes before the show. And it's like, oh, sure, I'll have butter on my bread. Yes, I'd like it toasted just a little bit more. Damn it, Mom, can you get me the strawberry jam? I mean, it was unbelievable.
It wasn't quite that bad, but apparently the bagels from the beginning of the visit have gone moldy now at the end of the visit. So the planned breakfast, we have to go to plan B.
That's her get in the car and go get some fresh bagels, for crying out loud.
She offered that, and I'm like, no. Besides, it's her birthday today.
Oh, she's 81 today.
Yeah,
happy birthday, Mom.
Yes, happy birthday, Mom. I treat her later today.
Good for you. Drive through her diner.
Stop it. First off, we went to a diner last night for dinner. Second, it's her favorite restaurant, and I'm taking her this evening.
I didn't think that was really an unrealistic question, David. I really did not.
By the way,
I had the 21st for your mom, because I know just in my weird world, my birthday's coming up this week. Your mom's is right before mine. My sister-in-law's is right after mine, and sometimes I get the dates mixed up.
By the way, I don't know if it was your joking, prodding, or what, but now all of a sudden my mom has got a sweatshirt on and she's like, I'm going to get bagels.
Damn right.
Oh, my goodness. So I guess we're waiting a little bit on breakfast until bagels arrive.
Sounds wonderful. A real bagel that close to the city. We're getting something good. But as David alluded to, It is a big day for Miller and Moulton. We are fired up this morning, as we are every morning, to deliver this show to you, but we're very happy to have a new audience. We began this show, 4 years ago, David?
4 years ago. Well, our third act.
Well,
4
yes.
years ago. Yes.
But we began the syndicated portion of our career, if you will, 4 years ago. And we were on in Tampa. And they made a change with the format of their station a couple of years ago. And subsequently, Miller and Moulton were no longer on in Tampa. And we desperately wanted to get back on in Tampa. And we are. And
yes,
about it. Absolutely.
Yes.
On in Tampa, WJBR Florida Alumni Radio, Business and Leisure, Family and Financial Planning, how alumni of Florida's colleges and universities are building community and culture. And they're starting their day off with us. Is any part of what I just read close to Miller and Moulton? Not really.
Community, yes. Culture, no. But, you know, hey, Miller and Moulton, one half of what the station promises. But they're also the home to South Florida football, basketball, and Florida State football, basketball. And so they want a little sports. And we can provide that. So
10:10 a.m., 92.1 FM in Hillsborough, 103.1 FM in Pinellas, and on HD radio at 104.7 HD2. So we are very fired up to be back on in the Tampa St. Pete market again. For those of you listening to us for the first time, if you care to text the show, 21,000 is the number, and you need to text the keyword Miller to 21,000. Once you do that, we'd love to hear from you, and we will keep you abreast of all the things going on in the world of sports with a specific emphasis on the state of Florida year-round here on Miller and Moulton. As David mentioned today, a couple of great guests. Pat Kirwan. No one gives you the NFL any better than Pat Kirwan, and Bud Elliott, who's been with us for, Bud's been with us for what, 15 years, 12 years, something. It's a long time. From the first act, we had Bud on, and he was a local yokel back then. He was just getting his feet wet. Now Bud Elliott is a big player in the college football world. We couldn't be happier for his success, and we couldn't be happier that we have him every Wednesday during the football season this year once again.
Should we queue up, back in the saddle again? Okay, only instead of saddle, we'll say Tampa.
That would be cute. I would be, back. David, I don't know if you get any of the industry rags via email, but I do. And since we don't have a deal with BMI ASCAP, today would not be the day to start floating new music around, because they just raised their prices with the largest rate increase ever for the radio industry. So for those of you who wonder why we don't play songs on our show and use unlicensed music, that's why.
Wait a minute. Hold on. But isn't today a Mulligan Day? It's National Radio Day. Can't you do anything today if you're on the radio?
As a matter of fact, no, David. The 7 words still apply. And if we were to play music, we would be okay, because I believe most of the stations, in fact, all of the stations who carry the show, pay for these things. But it's that internet thing. Once you start playing a song on our YouTube channel or our Twitch channel, we are in violation of copyright laws, and they shut us down.
Whatever. I would answer them by saying, hey, it's part of our culture. No? Oh, well. Miller and Moulton on this hump day. By the way, the Yankees knew we were coming back to Tampa St. Pete, and they celebrated last night. Hold on one second. They've just hit another homer against the Rays.
8 dingers.
I thought it was 9.
Was it 9?
I thought they tied a franchise record.
Oh, you're right, and I thought the record was 8. I apologize. 9 homers.
9
times.
The Astros haven't scored a run in over 3 games. The Yankees hit 9 homers in a night. My goodness. By the way, back to back in the first. Judge, Bellinger, Stanton. Boom, boom, boom. Boy, I hope all the Yankee fans who showed up at Steinbrenner Field got there for the top of the first. Whew.
Unbelievable. And it's going to be a dogfight, but the Yanks starting to win some games, and Boston can't seem to win one now.
No, now the Red Sox are struggling.
Right.
Still in the playoff race, though.
Oh, absolutely. In the playoffs, not in the race.
Yeah.
They're in the playoffs.
Yep, them in
And
Seattle.
it's the Kansas City Royals, not the Cleveland Guardians, that are the fast-charging team, having won 5 in a row.
See, I told you about the Royals. They made moves at the deadline, even though they were below 500. They believed in their team. I believed in their team, and they are trying to pull the Detroit Tigers for a year ago. Down the stretch we come, and they're hot. They've won 5 straight. So there.
And last night, Tigers distanced themselves from Houston from the 2-3 game.
Well,
and are
and by the
closing
way,
in on Toronto.
By the way, you want to talk scintillating. How about your TBS and your Tuesday night game? Scoreless going to the 10th. All right. And how is it decided? On a bases loaded walk. Woo-wee. Yeah.
I'm a fan of one of the two teams and couldn't stay awake, David.
I was going to say, man, oh, man.
I mean, first off, they screwed me because that 6:40 start ended up being 7:15 because of rain.
Oh,
that was a kick in the shorts. I mean, that you know the one thing that never happens with Big East basketball at 6:30 on FS1, David, there's never a rain delay.
No, usually the roof holds and there's not a wet spot on the floor. That's true. That's true. They can start those suckers on time. But, oh, that's a shame, Mark. Instead of a game ending around 9 and certainly by 9:30, which goodness knows is our bedtime, okay, you had to stay up till 10. I'm sorry.
Then you throw extra innings in there.
Well, for a bases loaded walk, though.
Exactly.
Miller and Moulton, we had a lot of quarterback decisions made yesterday, college and pro. We will get to them. Heck, we had a prominent sports guy deported yesterday. That's what I'm talking about. That's 2025, baby.
Yes, it is, David.
That's
yes,
how we roll.
Beware of the unmarked car.
And, by the way, a purchase unlike any we've ever seen before, all coming up on Miller and Moulton.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floormeisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floormeisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floormeisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, what do we have? The 3 guys with 40, 4 guys with 40. Got the big dumper with 47, Otani and Schwarber with 44, and Judge hit his 40th last night. Not missing anybody, I don't think. Yes, brown chicken. I agree with you. I think it was the chocolate-covered strawberry. On fire!
You know what's weird? When you only can use half of your mouth to chew, the other side of your mouth gets angry at you. It's like, I want to taste that. Send that over here to this part of the taste buds.
I thought
I
you were
feel
going
like
to say
half my mouth is neglected.
I think you're just trying to come up new ways to justify the pain and discomfort.
It's not pain. It's pain if I chew. Other than that, it's just a little discomfort and swelling, but it's not that big. I mean, I got enough going on with the broken back, so I'm fine. I'm literally falling apart piece by piece.
Brad, I'll take that. Okay, above average. By the way, no food in the bird feeder. So when the sun comes up, there aren't going to be any birds behind me. So I'm just going to.
What is going on up there? No bagels, no bird food. I mean, what in the hell is going on?
There were bagels, okay, but apparently
the stale bagels in the bird feeder.
Well, you know what? That's true. Maybe I convinced him to put the moldy bagels in the bird feeder. Let's kill the squirrels. Let's get back at them. Brando tomorrow, Michael. Tim Brando tomorrow. It is my mom's birthday today. So there. That's why I took a day off last week. I came to Jersey, spent a little time with Mom, drove to D.C. for the preseason game, drove back yesterday. So I fly back to Florida tomorrow late afternoon. Michael, he's a lively follow on X, I'll tell you that. Goes down memory lane a lot because of his broadcasting career, but also he's very opinionated.
He lambasted Michigan. Or the NCAA, or both, however you want to look at it.
Paula, I appreciate all the capital letters. My mom is worthy of the capital letters. By the way, in her words, okay, she thinks you're a snort. That's a good thing.
Brand new pair of shorts, chocolate and strawberries on them before 6:30.
Yes! That's outstanding. Yeah. They're going to get washed anyway.
I mean, we got like 30 seconds. So you got a poll question in mind? My only thought was, since college football is about to start, which team picked to win its division is most likely not going to win its conference?
Texas.
Texas or Penn State?
Clemson. Texas, Penn State, Clemson.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Top of the morning to you. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. And for those in Tampa, St. Pete, welcome back. It was a 2-year hiatus, not of our doing, by the way, but we are thrilled that 1010 AM, 92.1 and 103.1 FM brought us back into the fold, bringing sports to you. Since it's been a couple years, if you want to get, connected to the text line, text 21,000, keyword Miller, Miller, 21,000, keyword Miller. You're back just like that. Through the security gate, you can text Miller and Moulton, whatever is on your mind. Twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton. You can see us on Twitch and the Miller and Moulton YouTube channel. Morning. Miller and Moulton, by the way, both wearing green shirts, and goodness knows it wasn't coordinated because we don't talk between 10:01 a.m. and about 5:54 a.m. the next morning.
That is very true. Even if we're both set up at, 5:45, 20:06, we don't talk.
No.
At all. And I will say, as David said, we didn't want to lose the Tampa market. By all indications, the Tampa market didn't want to lose us. The change that they made was not necessarily
They're doing.
of their doing.
Right.
It was
Corporate,
forced on them. Yeah, it was a corporate thing.
Damn corporate raiders. They come in, they swoop in, they make decisions. They don't even confer with the little guy. Who's not
And we
so
are
little.
that little guy.
Right.
In terms of a show, not in terms of weight.
Right. Mark already eating before the show today. And you know what, Mark, I'm very happy for you because normally I'm the one stuffing it right in your face and you got to tolerate it sitting alone in that studio for 4.5 hours. Okay. Like, look at him eat again. Man, it makes me hungry and what have you. Mark Miller, 5:58 a.m., devouring a big chocolate strawberry.
Yeah, next door, the station next door, she had some delivered and was nice enough to walk one over to me. So, yeah, I knocked one down and spilled some and got chocolate stained on my pants. So that's a good start to the day. Get some shout when we're done, and we'll move forward. All right, you mentioned some quarterback news yesterday. And is it the end of Mr. Richardson in Indianapolis? Is that experiment now over?
Unless Daniel Jones gets hurt, which is possible.
Absolutely, it's possible. And what I thought about when I saw them name Daniel Jones as the starter at Indianapolis is how that could affect the Miami Dolphins. Because the Dolphins opened their season at Indianapolis.
Yes, they do.
And come on, let's all be honest. If the Dolphins are playing against Richardson, I think the Dolphins are going to win. In fact, I have little doubt that the Dolphins are going to win that game because he can't play the position. Now, Daniel Jones, who sometimes can play the position and sometimes looks as if he can't play the position.
Right.
Which guy shows up week one? But I do think it's a much tougher opponent now for the Miami Dolphins than it was if Richardson would have been the starting quarterback.
Daniel Jones trying to break one of the, I think, most remarkable droughts that's currently going on in sports. The Indianapolis Colts last won week one in 2014. Wow. That's 10 straight years they've started 0-1. That's tough to do. Bad teams win week one. Really bad teams win week one all the time.
And which we've given you the stat for years and years. Now they've increased playoff teams, so it's a little off. But basically, if you win week one, you have a 50-50 chance of making the postseason. If you lose week one, you have about a 25% chance of making the playoffs. So the Colts have really given themselves a hard look at the postseason for each of the last 11 years. And we shall see what they do with Miami week one. Daniel Jones getting the start. So I certainly think that this is something that could hurt Miami. Both of these teams last year were 8-9. When we look at the AFC team who's going to get into the playoffs, everybody points to the Bengals first. They won 9 games. I get it. So Cincinnati is the obvious choice of a team that's going to get back to the playoffs and repeat from a year ago. But we had, the Bills, the Ravens, the Steelers, the Texans, the Chiefs, Chargers, and Broncos were your 7 teams in the AFC. 4 of them repeated from the year before. The Bills, Ravens, Texans, and Chiefs all were in the playoffs in 2023. We had 9 teams make the playoffs last year who made the playoffs in 2023. That number is a little bit higher than it has been in past years. Usually it's about half. In 2021, 7 teams made the postseason that made it in 2020. 2022, again, it was 7 teams. And 2023, 8 teams made it. And last year, 9. So that trend has gone up. This is something that David and I have tracked for quite a while. And when there were 2 less playoff teams, it was usually 6 that made it. Now that we've gone to 14 playoff teams, it's been a minimum of 7 repeat teams in the postseason. As I mentioned, last year it was 9. So when you look at teams that are going to try to make their run to the postseason this year, if you start with just, 9 teams making it from a year ago, who gets in? Who gets added to the equation? And when you look at Miami and Indianapolis, who were both 8-win teams a year ago, that week 1 game to me means quite a lot, David. I actually think for both teams, it's really big.
And I was off a year. All right. The last time they won week 1 was 2013. They've lost 11 in a row. Week 1. Andrew Luck was barely in the league the last time the Colts. Remember Andrew Luck? Boy, that did the Colts dirty. They were set up. Okay, right about now, they'd be thinking about drafting an Anthony Richardson or somebody like that. But instead, no. They have gone through a quarterback carousel. But, hey, he called it the biggest decision of his life, Shane Steichen, the head coach of the Colts. He said it will probably be the biggest decision I make as head coach of the Colts. I mean, not sugarcoating it all. He's entering year 3. He knows how long coaches get unless they start winning. I will say he's 17-17 in 2 years in Indianapolis with the quarterback carousel that he's had. I think it's proven he can coach.
I agree. I don't know if Ballard's that good of a GM.
No, I think he's done a better job coaching than Ballard's done giving him, ingredients in the kitchen.
But I will say their lines are decent in Indianapolis. I don't love their skilled guys, but they're not awful. They got 1 good running back and they got 1 good receiver. Not a lot there for Danny Dimes, David.
No. And the receiver and running back have had trouble staying healthy the last couple of years as well. But, we might be putting a little too much emphasis on this, but we think for a couple of teams who both went 8-9 last year, the outcome week 1, Miami and Indianapolis, is huge for both of them. You got a 3rd-year head coach and a 4th-year head coach, and they're both trying to, keep the train going. And we both think week 1 is very important.
No doubt. Miller and Moulton, text lines 21,000, as we mentioned. Happy to be back on in Tampa, St. Pete. If you want to join the show, you can do it by texting Miller to 21,000. That opens the door, and you can text as much as you would like. You can always take in the show. YouTube.com/Miller and Moulton, Twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton, and you can see our ugly mugs as well as listen to us. Pat Kirwan, Bud Elliott on the show today. We will figure out a poll question during this break. We've got one kind of stirring about that we will get to here in a moment, but the starting 5, it's our morning sports page, and that is what we do next. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Thanks so much for listening.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floormeisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floormeisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floormeister, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
When Glass Doctor replaces your windshield, we don't just send you on your way, we send you off protected. Your local Glass Doctor includes the industry's only 12-month windshield protection plan at no extra cost. That means unlimited chip repairs and even a one-time replacement if needed. High-quality service backed by real peace of mind, right here in your neighborhood.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh yeah.
Exclusions apply. See your local Glass Doctor for
Mark
details.
Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, Puck, I don't think it's appropriate for yahoos like us to second guess someone's injury, especially if it's a legitimate injury. I mean, it's 2 week. He missed the week of practice. So, I mean, in baseball, when a guy tweaks his oblique, he goes on the injured list and he misses weeks. So,
I just think spending this much time talking about a guy who at best, and I don't think there's a chance of him even getting the backup job. I was actually listening to some people talk. It is interesting. Cleveland drafted the big D tackle, and no one's talking about him. They traded down. They could have had Travis Hunter. They trade down. And we're talking about their 5th round pick. Okay.
you're either going to have to turn that down or move it because that's an echo. That your iPad. Okay, okay, but you only have 2 minutes, is what I'm saying. But no.
My meatloaf.
I mean, you could turn it down. And no, Mama Moulton's not making a cameo. It's been discussed.
I think Clemson's a lot. I mean, no one's picking Clemson not to win the ACC. That's the only thing with that,
Okay.
But I don't even know if I like that question. I don't know if there's anything else out there.
Do you like the college football season starting this early? Do you want week 0 to be the new week 1?
Yeah. Not bad.
It's National Bacon Day. How do you best like your bacon? On the side
Yes.
with breakfast?
The answer to that is yes. How do you like your bacon? Yes.
That could be the third or fourth answer. On the side with breakfast, on your sandwich, sprinkled in your salad. Yes. Whew.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Welcome back, Tampa St. Pete. 10:10 a.m., 92.1 and 103.1 FM. Miller and Moulton. That's our name. Mark Miller, David Moulton. I'm Moulton. Even though he gets top billing, I usually talk first. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. You want to text the show? It's very easy. 21,000 is what you text. But if you've never texted us before, you need to text in the keyword Miller. And then you're through the security gate and you can text us to your heart's content. We usually do a poll question. We've been on a roll lately. We've struggled for 19 years with poll questions. We've been on a roll the last few weeks. We've had multiple ones on average per show. Today, we're struggling a little bit. A late suggestion, Mark, on this National Bacon Day. We can go, how do you best like your bacon? On the side with breakfast, on a sandwich. I don't know, come up with a third one, maybe sprinkled in your salad or whatever. Or how do you best like your bacon? Crispy, chewy.
All right, we can go bacon.
Out there. Just throwing it out there. People love bacon. I figure it'll get a lot of results. That's all. If you were the Colts, who would you have picked as your starting quarterback? Could go with that. That'll bring them in. Colts,
no doubt, no
doubt.
doubt. Indianapolis Colts poll questions are big on this show.
No doubt about it. Big in the state of Florida. I mean, he is a Gator. Anthony Richardson.
He played so many games for him; it's hard to forget him.
I know. What, 12, something like that. Time now for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
And we'll start with baseball. And not only did the Brewers lose, they lost twice. They haven't done that in the last 2+ weeks. But the Cubs swept the double dip from the Brew Crew. 6-4 in game 1. The 22-year-old Owen Cassie with a homer and 3 RBIs. I think he was taking the place of Kyle Tucker in the lineup, and he delivered. 6-4 Cubs in the first one. And then Jamison Talion, 6 terrific innings of 1-run ball. Cubs win the nightcap 4-1. Now, there's still 7 back of the Brewers, but at least the Milwaukee Brewers for one day, they're like, hey, so that's what losing is like, huh? Damn. Phillies, they keep on keeping on. JT Realmuto, tie-breaking 2-run homer in the 8th. Phillies 6-4 over the Mariners, who've lost 4 in a row. Kyle Schwarber with another Schwarber bomb, his 44th of the year. Phillies remain 5.5 up on the Mets, who beat the Nats 8-1. They hit 4 homers. David Peterson went 8 innings, struck out 10 in the win. The Mets remain a game ahead of the Reds, who have gone out west and beaten the Angels 2 in a row. They scored 2 in the 9th to rally and win 6-4. They're 1 back of the Mets, 2 in the loss column for the final wild card spot. Dodgers keep their 2-game lead out west. Alex Call with 4 hits. They pounded the Rockies 11-4. This Ohtani guy hit his 44th home run. So there's a tie in the National League. Schwarber and Ohtani with 44 homers apiece. They're both chasing down the big dumper, Cal Raleigh, who's got 47. Padres keep pace. They beat the Giants, snapping a 4-game skid, 5-1 the final. San Diego 2 back of the Dodgers out west. Tigers are on a roll, and Houston is not. Not only has Houston lost 3 in a row, they haven't scored a run in 3 in a row. Detroit beat them on a bases-loaded walk in the 10th. Hoo-ah! 1-0. Houston's lead, however, they've lost 3 in a row, but Seattle's lost 4 in a row. Houston's lead in the West remains a game and a half. Meanwhile, the Tigers' lead over the Royals is 9. Kansas City's won 5 in a row and 7 of 8. They beat Texas 5-2. The Royals move into second place, but they also are just 2.5 back in the wild card of both Seattle and Boston. Yankees have moved into the 4 seed. We'll get to them in a moment. Cleveland falls back to 3rd place in the Central. They lose to Arizona 6-5. They're 9.5 back in the division, 3 back in the wild card, and they have to leapfrog at least 2 teams to make the playoffs. Blue Jays' lead in the East remains 5. Max Scherzer with his 220th career win. There's no doubt about him going to the Hall, right?
Not to me.
I mean, what do we got? 3 Cy Youngs, 1 in each league. I mean, seems like a no-brainer, but 220, which we'll don't know how much longer Max Scherzer is going to pitch. I mean, Kershaw, Scherzer. I mean, you wonder if this is it for both. 2 guys likely to end up in, and for that matter, Verlander. Could we see all 3 walk away at the end of this season? But Toronto's lead over Pittsburgh remains 5. Yankees are now in second place. They've done some winning. 13-3 over the Rays. They hit 9 homers. 9, including back-to-back in the first. Judge, Bellinger, and Stanton. Stanton and Bellinger hit 2 homers apiece. Judge's homer in the first inning was his 40th of the season. Judge trying to get back into the MVP race with Cal Raleigh. Meanwhile, the Red Sox, who got a 2-run tying homer in the 9th to send it to extra innings and had the winning run on 3rd with 1 out in the 10th, but couldn't get them in. And the Orioles beat them 4-3 and 11. Boston falls 6 back in the East, and they're tied for the 5 seed with Seattle. Cardinals beat the Marlins for the 2nd straight day, 7-4. St. Louis just a game below 500. Mark, guess the attendance on a Tuesday night at Lone Depot Park. Cardinals, Marlins. Remember, the Marlins had that big homestand last time they were home, got to 500. They've done a little losing since then.
Yeah, they've done a lot of losing since. Let's see. Cardinals in town Tuesday night. I'm going to go 10,682.
Lower. 7,612.
Wow.
76-12. And remember, the Cardinals and Marlins share a spring training facility not that far up the road. There are a few Cardinals fans on that coast. Braves were down 10-4 in the 7th. Scored 5 in the 7th and 2 in the 8th. All this talk about getting rid of the manager in Atlanta, Yeah, they've had nothing to play for the last week and a half. They've played their oomph off with half the team on the injured list. The manager's not the problem.
No,
I
mean, if you want to get rid of somebody, maybe the team trainer or the athletic trainer. I mean, something's gone wrong with the health of this team. Who's their strength and conditioning guy? Those are people I have more questions than their manager, David. He's not responsible for the injuries.
5 in the 7th, 2 in the 8th. They rally from 10-4 down, and they beat the White Sox 11-10. Yeah, sometimes you just have years like this where, like the San Francisco 49ers last year, sometimes everybody gets hurt. And finally, the A's double up the Twins 6-3. To football we go. The Colts choose Daniel Jones as their starting quarterback. Week 1 against the Dolphins, it'll be the former Giant as the QB. Anthony Richardson's agent was loud in public questioning his client's future in Indianapolis and basically says the coach doesn't like him because he should be the starter.
Mr. Agent, let me explain something to you. Your client, okay, wait for it. Your client sucks. He can't play. Oh, yeah, and by the way, he doesn't stay healthy. Warren Sharp put out a series of posts on X yesterday about Richardson. When he has a clean pocket, when he throws over this many, he literally ranks as the worst quarterback in the last 2 years in the league. He can't play.
And maybe that's why Shane Steichen went with Daniel Jones. The Saints quarterback competition is, quote, very close, unquote, between Tyler Shaw and Spencer Rattler. Come on, tell me the Saints aren't on the clock. I mean, who are you going to put on the clock if not the Saints, ladies and gentlemen?
Right, there are people that believe that the Colts are tanking by this move with Jones. Trust me, if the Colts were tanking, they would have started Richardson. That would have came from on high, and they would have said, play him. Let's find out if he can play. And you know what? If he can't, we'll get another quarterback next year. Daniel Jones gives them a shot to win somewhere between 7 and 9 games. That does not put you in position to get one of the quarterbacks that's going to be available in this draft.
Injury updates and holdout updates in the NFL. Bucs wide receiver Jalen McMillan out with a neck injury. Will start the season on an injured list. They think he'll miss either the first 4 or even potentially the first 8 games. 4 if on the PUP list, 8 if he doesn't come back until after their bye. The Giants have had 3 players out with injuries. Wide receiver Malik Neighbors, left tackle Andrew Thomas, and running back Cam Scattaboo all returned to practice yesterday. Obviously, good sign for the G-men. And Steelers defensive tackle Cam Hayward back practicing despite being very unhappy with his contract and the ongoing dispute with management. College football, Notre Dame made a choice at quarterback. It will be Lloyd Carr's grandson after all. CJ Carr gets the start week 1 at Miami. And BYU makes some history. They choose a true freshman, Bear Bachmeier. He was in high school a few months ago. He's the starting quarterback at BYU, a true freshman. That has never happened before at Brigham Young. Boxing news, Julio Cesar Chavez Jr., the 39-year-old, deported, wanted by Mexican authorities where he is believed to be part of the drug cartel, which of course asks the question, which one? Little humor this morning. WNBA, Sophie Cunningham, who's been Caitlin Clark's bodyguard, verbal and otherwise. Yeah, she's out for the year. Torn MCL. Fever decimated by injuries, but they're still the 6th seed in the WNBA. Rematch of the finals. New York beat Minnesota by 10. Our buddy Semesco and the Dream lost to Vegas 74-72. The Aces have won 8 in a row. Golf, Scotty Scheffler will have his regular caddy, Ted Scott, on the bag at the Tour Championship. Big news, however, about the 2026 PGA Tour schedule. Trump Doral is back on the schedule. Early May, it's not only back on the schedule, they're making it a signature event.
Yeah, back in bed with Trump is the PGA Tour. That's very, very interesting, David.
Yes, it is. The timing is interesting, too. Let me tell you, from the Masters through the PGA, and there's like 2 or 3 signature events in between. They are going to be making their premier players play a ton of golf in a 6-7 week span. Rory is one of those premier players. He disclosed yesterday that, when I left Augusta, I went into the gift shop and they had these flags, on the pin, the flags. And he said, how many you got left? And they tallied them up and they said about 1,100. He said, he put his credit card down and he said, I'll take them all. And apparently he's back either in Florida or Northern Ireland, wherever he's living, and he's just signing flags and giving them away. That's
awesome.
That's a nice purchase.
It's
really
awesome.
Is.
I've got mine that I purchased in the gift shop too, ever so many years ago.
And finally, John Wall retired at the age of 34, and he's going into broadcasting. He's going to be part of Amazon's NBA coverage. John Wall is very thoughtful and very entertaining. Some of the people who have been hired by some of the new NBA networks, this could be interesting. And we still get inside the NBA. The NBA may actually have a good little broadcasting thing going here. That's if you know what day your game is on what network. And as we approach 7 minutes before the hour, that was the starting 5. 5 big stories, and Trump Doral back on the schedule here on Miller and Moulton.
And I don't have his name in front of me, and I tried to look quickly. I'll look during the break. But YouTube TV is doing the first, not YouTube TV, YouTube's doing that first Friday game. And they hired an influencer from one of their YouTube channels. It's a former kicker, kicked at, I think at UCF, has a YouTube channel with over 6 million followers. He's going to be their sideline reporter for that YouTube game, Chiefs-Chargers, on the Friday night. So way out of the box for YouTube for that. Something very different. Miller and Moulton, we've got poll questions on the other side.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller and Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller and Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest. Now try the best. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Got a cracked window or foggy glass? Don't wait for the next storm to make it worse. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business is just down the road and ready to help. From leaky frames to shattered panes, we've got the tools and the know-how to get your home or business storm ready. With flexible scheduling and our done right promise, you'll be in good hands. So before or after the weather hits, call your neighbors at Glass Doctor.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh yeah.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floormeisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floormeisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floormeisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, Cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Shoeless Joe Sports Cafe is where your fantasy football draft should be. Free private rooms, Wi-Fi, plus food and drink specials. In August, Shoeless has bingo and trivia Tuesdays and Thursdays with your chance to win free wings and beer for a year. Fridays, live music on the deck. Saturdays, karaoke on the deck. Plus daily meal specials like Wednesdays, $6 wings and half-price pizza. Watch all your baseball and football at Shoeless Joe's. Your home for good food, good times, and good sports in the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers.
This is Miller and Moulton.
David?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure you're there. You're not looking. Put both your bacon questions up, and then do you want the other one to be, do you consider week 0 the real start of the college football season?
Oh, I like it.
All right. That's 3 poll questions, David.
That's how we roll these days. Yeah, Michael, I don't think Peyton Willis played much on the 06 team though, but he did play a lot on the 07 team. In fact, he pretty much beat LSU.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this hump day. We get over it together. Thrilled to be back in Tampa, St. Pete. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. You can text the show anytime from anywhere. Text 21,000. Keyword Miller if you haven't texted in the last few months. That's it. 21,000 Miller, boom, through the security gate. We can get all your comments. And it turns out we went from not 1, not 2, but from 0 to 3 poll questions almost on a dime.
Well, as you pointed out, today is National Bacon Lovers Day. Okay. I mean, do you really need a day to love bacon? I could wallow around in the grease for 6 or 7 hours and feel pretty content. But we have 2 bacon questions. How do you like your bacon? Crispy or chewy? About 2/3 of you going crispy in early voting. What's the best way to eat bacon, which was one of David's submissions? Side for breakfast on a sandwich and then crumbled on a salad, which was so cute.
Thank you.
I am really wondering if anyone will vote that honestly, that someone will honestly say my favorite way to have bacon is crumbled on a salad. If that is your choice, I would prefer you text us at 21,000 keyword Miller so that we can at least maybe not sit down, but communicate via text and figure out where life's gone wrong for you. And finally, one sports question. Do you consider week 0 the real start of the college football season? And right now, about 2/3 of you in early voting say yes. We already know that this show is split in half. I'm voting yes. David is voting no.
For the record, my answers are crispy, breakfast, and no.
And mine are crispy, breakfast, and yes. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. So are you like me? Are you more concerned now for the Dolphins season opener that Richardson is not starting? Because I thought it may come from on high that Richardson would start.
Well, it is interesting to me that apparently it was close, and that by all accounts, Richardson played the best he's ever played before in camp, knows the offense better than he ever has before, has been significantly better in his short and medium passing game with his accuracy. So this is the best Anthony Richardson they've ever had. And the coach, A, had the complete authority to make the decision that he wanted to make. That's telling. I applaud the general manager and the new ownership for giving Shane Steichen complete authority on this one. And then B, he made the call that he did. You know, Mark, there's a thing in sports. If you're the champion or you're the incumbent, if it's close, you lean towards the champion or the incumbent. Steichen instead, with it being close, went with Daniel Jones, which I do think spells the end for Anthony Richardson in Indianapolis as long as Shane Steichen is the coach. Steichen clearly has moved on from Anthony Richardson, and it's not like he's moved on to a great quarterback. He's moved on to a guy who's not too far away from being called a journeyman. You know, we're not sure if Daniel Jones is a starting quarterback in this league. He was given, 5 years with the Giants? You know, he had 1.5 really good years. That's
all right,
it.
here's some numbers on Anthony Richardson. I had mentioned earlier in the show that Warren Sharp put out some posts. I will get them to you. 55 quarterbacks have at least 175 attempts in the last 2 years. Richardson ranks 55th in accuracy, 55th in completion rate, and 50th in TD to interception ratio. As he says, let's adjust for target depth. 54 qualifying quarterbacks last year qualified for completion percentage over expected. Where did Richardson rank in that new analytical category? Dead last. Then they say adjust to where he throws more often. On passes thrown 7+ yards downfield with no pressure. He completed 38% of his passes. The NFL average is 57%. He ranks dead last in that as well. And then when you look at quarterbacks in their first 2 years, since 2000, 25 years, there are 103 quarterbacks that qualify. In accuracy, Richardson, dead last. Completion rate, second to last. Success rate, 94th out of 103. TD to interceptions, 88th out of 103. I mean, his numbers are just telling. Now, the point David made earlier is not just David talking. That's what they've said throughout camp. This has been his best camp. He understands the offense better than he's ever understood it. I would hope so. It's his third year.
The other thing that I thought was significant is that the veteran leaders on the team on both sides of the ball had really been talking Anthony Richardson up. And Steichen makes the call that he makes. Now, I don't think he's going to lose the team. But I just think that Anthony Richardson's agent knows that barring Daniel Jones getting hurt and Richardson being forced back into the lineup because they don't have anyone else, that it's over for his client in Indianapolis. That's what Shane Steichen said yesterday. That this experiment, this risk, this gamble that we made in the draft a little over 2 years ago, yeah, I'm done with it. And the GM and the owner have given me the authority to make the call. So it's not a screaming endorsement from them either. I mean, Chris Ballard is essentially letting Shane Steichen say for him, I'm willing to move on from my biggest mistake as general manager.
And the question now becomes, with the passing of Jim Irsay and his daughter running the team, what does this mean at the end of this year for Ballard? Because she could start over. And I think your point earlier is a good one. We talked about this a couple of times this summer. With the quarterback play that they've had in Indianapolis, how do you say anything bad about what Steichen's done as a head coach?
Right.
It's tough. It really is tough to look at their personnel and look what they've done.
He's had below average quarterback play, and he's 17-17 in his first 2 years as coach. And they had essentially a play-in game with Houston to end the regular season 2 years ago, and they lost it in the red zone late. They were driving for the winning score. And then last year, heck, they had a chance to make the playoffs, lost a road game to the Giants. Ouch. Cost the Giants the first overall pick, cost the Colts a playoff spot. So,
and David, as I mentioned in the first hour, you had 4 teams from 2023 in the AFC make the playoffs again in 2024 out of the 7. If there are 3 new playoff teams, you have to look first at Cincinnati, Miami, and Indianapolis. They had the 3 best records last year.
Right, 9-8, 8-9, 8-9.
And then there was no one close. Then the next best record in the AFC was the Jets with 5 wins. So unless you think the Jets, the Patriots, the Browns, the Jags, the Titans, or the Raiders are going to have this monumental turnaround to think about new AFC playoff teams, those are the ones you start with.
I don't know if anyone is going to pick up the phone and call the Colts and inquire about Richardson's availability. I will say, if I were the Colts, I would not get rid of him. Daniel Jones has gotten hurt recently a couple times. And the Colts have just made a couple significant changes to their offensive line. They obviously think for the better, but people have their doubts. And Jones is mobile. He holds onto the ball a long time. Daniel Jones will get hit. I would keep Richardson. I would make him unavailable. Now, we all know they're not going to pick up his fifth-year rookie option, so he's only going to be under contract for this year and next. But I would entertain the idea of getting rid of Richardson after this season, but I would not get rid of Anthony Richardson. And this is when we find out, Mark, who else heading into that draft a couple years ago liked Anthony Richardson. Didn't like him the way the Colts did, but liked Anthony Richardson and would have loved to have worked with him. And how different would Anthony Richardson's career have been if the Colts treated him the way the Eagles treated Jalen Hurts? Remember, Carson Wentz was the starter. Hurts was picked middle of the second round. They were going to develop
where
him.
Richardson should have been picked.
Yes.
I mean, he was not a Thursday draft pick. You can, David and I and Pat Kirwan were all in lockstep with that way before the draft. We would have not touched him in the first round. Project? Yes. But because he didn't play in college, he couldn't get through a college season. There was really no tape. There was a lot of raw talent, but there was no actual tape to say this kid can be an NFL quarterback.
For as seemingly wrong as we are on Bo Nix. Boy, right now, do we look wrong on Bo Nix?
Yes, we do.
I mean, damn.
Yes, we do, because none of us would have touched him in the first round. None of us.
But that's how right we were on Anthony Richardson. It will be interesting to see, will he get a legit second chance, whether it's in Indy because of injury or it will take a year or two, and he'll get that shot elsewhere when he'll still be in his mid-20s.
Miller and Moulton. 8 o'clock hour should be fun. Pat Kirwan will join us for a couple of segments, and Bud Elliott to talk college football on Miller and Moulton. American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com.
Think we only fix windows? Think again. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business does so much more to upgrade your home. We custom build stunning shower and bath enclosures, install sleek glass doors and windows, and can bring fresh life to foggy or cracked panes. Need a glass tabletop or a statement mirror? Yep, we do that too. If it's glass and it's in your home, we're the team to call.
Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh yeah.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So I did not see this until right now. ESPN is buying MLB TV. Does that mean it's going to be part of the ESPN direct? I mean, so if I want the baseball package, I'm going to buy ESPN and get it for $30 a month?
Well, that's what we're all wondering. Is it going to be something that's an extra purchase, or is it going to be part of $29.99?
Because this, I mean, if I'm getting the out-of-market hockey games like I get on Plus, and I'm getting the out-of-market baseball games, this is the easiest $30 a month you could ever spend.
Correct.
I mean, for you and I, David, especially you, because you don't need to buy any football stuff because you work all football week season. So you have no need for any football. Saturday, or even if you're done after this year in CBS, you get enough free stuff to watch college football. I mean, you don't have to buy anything to get college football, if you know what I mean. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Peacock occasionally, I get it. But for baseball and hockey, if I get all of that, I mean, you could get away with just getting that, spend the $20 a month for the, what is it, FanDuel now, where the Rays and Marlins are?
Yes.
I mean, you get $50 a month, you get all the baseball and all the hockey. If that's the case, I'm in. I don't need anything else.
I totally agree.
No more coolest thing for a bit.
Okay.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. We are back in the Tampa St. Pete market. That was the big announcement that we alluded to earlier in the week. This is year 4 of us as a syndicated show in various markets, mostly in Florida and also Huntsville, Alabama.
Hello.
And we started this syndication venture. We were in Tampa St. Pete. The corporate entity that owned 1010 AM and 92.1 FM and 103.1 FM made a decision a couple years ago to change formats. Trust me, the people there didn't want to lose us, and they didn't want to change formats because I believe the PD of the station had his own show, which he lost.
Right.
So they didn't want to lose us either because they lost them too. But they all stuck around, and after 2 years, they said, you know what? Let's change formats back. So they called us up, and they said, would you come back? We said, come back. Hell, we'll move ourselves. And so we're back. 1010 on the AM dial, and then split signals depending on Hillsborough or Pinellas County, 92.1 to 103.1 FM. Thrilled to be back in the Tampa St. Pete market. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Text the show, 21,000. That's all you have to type in, 21,000. If you've never texted us before, you do have to type in keyword Miller. Miller's the keyword. It gets you through the texting security gate. We've got not one, not two, but 3 poll questions, Mark. 3. 2 of them involve bacon.
It is National Bacon Lovers Day. How do you like your bacon? 64% of you say crispy. The rest of you say chewy. What's the best way to eat bacon? Somebody snarkily put crumbled on a sandwich as one of the answers, and one person actually said that's the way that they like their bacon best. On a sandwich, getting 42%, but on a side for breakfast, getting 55% of the vote. Someone did just text the show and said, do you see the amount of bacon they put on a salad at Hooters? You're going to Hooters for a salad? All right.
Well, that's not why.
However you go, spin it in your own mind, sir.
That's what they tell the family. Have you had this salad at Hooters? Oh, we're going to Hooters for the salad? Yeah. Wink, wink. Nod, nod. Right. Mm-hmm.
Toss a salad, maybe. Eat a salad, that's a whole different.
Hello.
But 21,000's the text line. And as someone pointed out, Steichen, you're talking about Jalen Hurts and how they handled him in Philadelphia. Steichen was the OC in Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm.
But very different when a quarterback is picked as high in the first round as Richardson was. The pressure is to play him immediately. And
also, just because people have similar attributes doesn't mean they're going to be the same guy. I'm sure Steichen with Ballard was like, listen, I had this guy in Philly, only he was smaller. All right. And arguably less athletic in Jalen Hurts. I can do wonders with this kid. He ain't Jalen Hurts, is he?
No, Jalen Hurts. How many games did Jalen Hurts play in college as a starter? I mean, over 30, right?
Well, yeah, he was at Alabama 3 years.
In Oklahoma. I mean, he had to start close to 40 games.
Yeah, in fact, it's almost closer to 50 because he was the starter for 2 years at Alabama, 2 full years, and only got benched his second year in the national title game at halftime. And then after backing up Tua, he went to Oklahoma and was the starter. So, yeah, it's probably around 45 career starts. And Richardson played in like 17 games and started 12 in college. Right. Little different.
Very different, obviously. So that has been one of our talking points this morning. We will talk with Bud Elliott in a little more than an hour's time. And I'm guessing that the place where Richardson played his college ball will come up, and that's the Florida Gators. And DJ Lagway, they're all everything quarterback who is beginning the season not 100%. And I don't think there's no way you can convince me between now and the Long Island game that he's going to be 100%.
I agree. And, you and I are of the belief we wouldn't even play him against LIU. You said you might do what the Commanders did in this preseason game and give them an opening series, or you stay in until you score. And then once we score and take the lead, you're out. I don't even know if I'd risk it. I think I might give them a few more days to just heal up. Get as close
the only
to 100%.
Reason, I'm not scared of South Florida if I'm the University of Florida, but I think we all remember how tough South Florida played Bama. And at least in the first half of the South Florida game, the Bulls are going to bring everything they got early in that game. I would like my quarterback to have played prior to that game.
Fair enough. I understand where you're coming from. Miller and Moulton, MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. I don't know if we want to spend a lot of time on this or just mention it. But did anybody see the report last night as to what the new Major League Baseball TV media deal is going to be for the next 3 years only? For the next 3 years only. Rob Manfred wants everything up for grabs after the 2028 season. He wants to put together his NFL, NBA monster TV deal after the 2028 season as kind of his going away gift to Major League Baseball when he retires in 2029. But ESPN opted out of their package, and it turns out Apple now wants out of Friday nights.
I think that's great news for Major League Baseball. I do.
Why is that?
Not many people have Apple TV. And they're switching from Apple TV to NBC Peacock. Now, from a streaming side, I don't know. Apple Peacock, I don't know who has more households. But the NBC part of it, well, that's attractive to me.
So NBC is taking over the Apple TV Friday night games, whether the games are going to be on NBC or Peacock. But they're also taking over most of ESPN's package. They're taking over Sunday Night Baseball, and they're taking over the broadcast of the wild card round of the playoffs exclusively. To me,
which, just for you, by the way, expect wild card games to be on Peacock only. I'll bet you right now that there are going to be wild card games that are only going to be available through streaming Peacock. I'll bet you anything right now. Not all of them, David, but I guarantee you some of them will be.
But I'll also bet you that Major League Baseball is going to be on NBC on Sunday nights.
Oh, yeah.
NBC is going to go to year-round sports Sunday night, from NFL to NBA to Major League Baseball. Sunday nights, you're going to get, and they're going to do a lot of Saturday nights also between college football and the NBA. But the interesting part is MLB.TV is being sold to ESPN.
That's a biggie.
And right now, the big unanswered question is, are you going to have to buy MLB.TV separately from ESPN's $29.99 package that they're offering beginning this week? Or are they going to include all the out-of-market baseball games in their $29.99 direct-to-consumer package? We don't know the answer to that yet.
But if it's included, basically for, like I was telling David during the break, if you get the FanDuel app, if you live in Florida and you want to watch Rays, Marlins, and all the Florida teams, you get the FanDuel app. That's $20 a month. You get the ESPN app. That's $30 a month. For $50, you're going to watch all your Florida teams. You're going to get all of your out-of-market baseball, and could you get all of your out-of-market hockey too? This could actually be a good deal for guess who? The consumer.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller & Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller & Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest, now try the best. Miller & Moulton, MillerandMoulton.com.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Faro and Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
This
sound.
is Miller and Moulton.
Robes, I got to be honest. I think they're all raising rates just to raise rates.
Well, and also, which of them are making money?
Yeah.
I mean, Netflix, I believe, is. Is anybody else?
$20 a month. I hope so.
So I watched the first episode and a half of that Cowboys thing.
Yeah.
I didn't learn much. I learned a lot about Jerry that I didn't know. And I mean, I don't mean that in a bad way. You know, his oil background and some of, basically the gamble he took on the Cowboys, I knew, but didn't understand all of it. But the second one's all Aikman. It's called Aikmania is actually the name of the episode.
Oh, really?
Oh, he's in it. I mean, they do a really good job of how they introduce all of that. I mean, they make it like it's the show Dallas almost, David. Starring and they've got these they're sitting down with backgrounds. They're all propaganda pieces, but entertain me for a little bit. And so far they've done that.
Okay.
They didn't buy MLB Network, just MLB TV, right?
MLB.TV. Right.
Baseball hours extended. Baseball fans texting this morning, David. It's very, very busy over here. Yeah, Panda, I'm probably at that point with The Athletic. They just started charging me the $8 a month. I'm going to have to dump it for a few days so I can get the $1.99 deal again. I have found that while walking on the treadmill, I can actually read articles. Makes the treadmill time go by a lot easier. Hey, here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Pat Kirwan joins us then to talk all things NFL. Bud Elliott joins us 1 hour from now to talk all things college football. Here on Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Proud to be back in the Tampa St. Pete market on 1010 AM and 92.1, 103.1 FMs. Proud to be back after a 2-year hiatus. Not of anyone's doing who wanted it either.
So Tampa St. Pete, we'd love to hear from you. If you're out there, you can text the show 21,000. The keyword is Miller. You need to text Miller to 21,000. Then the door's open. You can text as much as you would want. By the way, we have one of our poll questions about week 0. Do you consider week 0 the real start of the college football season? Right now, a little over 60% of you are on Team Miller saying yes. It starts with Farmageddon.
So that means you believe that the season starts in 3 days. If you're like me and you believe the season starts the Thursday night heading into Labor Day weekend when we have 16 games on the docket, to me, the college football season will kick off when South Florida hosts Boise in an early bird special at 5:30 in Tampa. Thank you very much.
Boy, it's been a while. It's been a long while since I've been to a South Florida football game. And you and I both love Golish, their head coach, and probably need to get my butt up to Tampa and see them play, I don't know, around November when it's cool enough to go to a football game outside. But man, is their schedule early tough.
Yeah.
I don't even know. I mean, we think they should be pretty decent. And Boise at Florida at Miami to get the season going for the Bulls.
Yeah, 3 ranked teams to start the season. Then they get into conference play. And if you look at many people and how they view the American this year, they think Memphis and Navy could be the 2 best teams in the conference. And the Bulls play both of them on the road.
Bingo.
It is a tough – there's no doubt this is going to be his best team. There's no doubt this is his toughest schedule.
But right now, Kansas, a 3.5-point favorite against Iowa State in Farmageddon, noon from Dublin, Saturday. I wanted to try to get David with the if there's a point spread, it's got to be real, but there's point spreads on preseason games, so he could debunk that incredibly quickly if he wanted to. But K-State, a 3.5-point favorite over Iowa State in Farmageddon, Saturday in Dublin.
And we'll have Tim Brando on the show tomorrow. He's calling Kansas hosting Fresno State. One of the other games, week 0, which 60% of you say is the start of the college football season. Whatever. All I know is 15 days from today, the Eagles host the Cowboys to kick off the NFL season also.
What do you think the likelihood of week 0 really becoming week 1 is, with all of the changes being talked about and the addition of playoff teams, whether we go to 16, whether we stay at 12, whether we go to the Petiti 24-team playoff model, whatever the case is going forward, David, because college needs to try to avoid the NFL as much as they can. So what are the odds of week 1 or week 0 becoming really week 1, where instead of just a handful of games, as someone I think put very put it very well in the chat room and said, it's kind of like the complimentary bread. They're just, you go to Outback and they throw some bread in front of you. Hold you off for a couple of minutes until we can actually get you real food. And I don't think that's a bad explanation of week 0. But how long before week 0 becomes a full-fledged week of college football, if ever?
Well, not to chicken out on the answer, but don't you think television is going to determine whether the schedule gets moved up a week, because television is running the sport and the television dollars are running the sport? And mostly ESPN is running it. ESPN first, Fox second, CBS and NBC and others are secondary players, if you will.
Well, if that's the case, then, David, I think it's sooner than later, even though I believe if everybody was playing August 23rd to start their season, and I guess that would mean August 21st for some games on Thursday, the ratings wouldn't be as good as they would be the following week. But the ratings would be so much better than anything else that these networks are putting on right now.
Here's my question, though. Are you making the season too long in this sense? We went over this the other day. If we take week 0 out of the equation and we just start this year heading into Labor Day weekend, that's week 1. We have 14 weeks before December. I mean, we do. I'm doing the math right here. We have 14 weeks before we get to conference championship games. Well, how many weeks do you need to play 12 games? Seriously.
14.
Isn't that enough?
14. That's perfect.
Yeah, right. So
It's
why
more
do
than
we?
enough. I mean, we only get one bye in the NFL. We'll go to 2 when they go to 18 games. But right now, there's only one bye in the NFL. Why does college need 2?
Now, I don't want to see college football to save the conference championship games, move the regular season up a week, and move rivalry weekend to before Thanksgiving. I think rivalry weekend needs to stay Thanksgiving and Thanksgiving weekend. I do.
But David, you may be right, and I know everybody likes that. Am I wrong in thinking that Michigan-Ohio State was played for many years the week before Thanksgiving?
I understand, but there's more than one game.
For years, for generations.
I don't know what to tell you. Once again, I think there's more than Ohio State, Michigan to college football. I think there's more than the SEC and the Big Ten to college football.
I'm not disagreeing with you at all. I'm just saying that the sport's biggest rivalry wasn't on that rivalry weekend for generations, and it didn't seem to bother anyone.
We only had 11 games back then, so the timing of it worked the way it did. But no, I hear you, and we adjust, and we bitch and moan before we adjust. I get it, and maybe that's what I'm doing now. Mark, we all know what's driving this. It's television, 1, and it's 2, college football's desire to get as far away from the NFL as often as possible. So if they move up the start of the season to week 0, they get 2 full weeks of games without any competition from the NFL, because the NFL is still not wanting to play before Labor Day. And then in theory, they can have the first 2 weekends of December for the playoffs, which the NFL by law cannot play games on Saturdays, the first 2 Saturdays of December. So that it's a combination of television and the fear/running away from the NFL that is driving the new college football schedule that we're going to get. I just hate it. I spent the first 35 years of my life not in the South. Okay. This is too early for my DNA is like, this is too early. It just is. I'm not ready for it yet. Now, maybe that's a me thing. Get over it. Grow up. Whatever. It's just, to me, it's still summer. Football's not a summer sport. It's August, for goodness sakes. What are we doing? I hate that we play high school football in August. It's hot. It's dangerous. There's lightning everywhere. What are we doing? I hate it. I hated it when I covered it. I'm like, what are we doing? It's 94 degrees and we're ducking lightning. What are we, nuts? You know, I'm the only person in Florida who believes that football should be in the winter. I think we should be playing basketball in August, September, and October, indoors and air conditioning. And when should we be playing football? When the weather's perfect.
See,
in
your
November
world,
through
the season would
February.
start right around November.
It would.
No, I know. You're out of you're basically out of hurricane season, that you're not having the afternoon showers. So, no, I get it. I'm not letting you die on that island alone, because I do understand your point. We both know it'll never happen, but your point is incredibly valid. And David, you're right. I remember, because I've been going to college football games my whole life. I never went to pro football games. My grandfather took me to college games when I was a kid. And the college season didn't start until the week after Labor Day, way back then, too. I remember my freshman year in college. Michigan State played USC on Labor Day. We weren't even in school yet at Michigan State because they were on a trimester system. We were 2 weeks away from starting and drove down to the game, and it seemed weird playing on Labor Day. But they added another game, and Labor Day weekend became the official start of college football. Now week zero's moved it even closer into the summer months.
You know, Fly Panda Fly in our Twitch chat room is like, think of week zero, David, as the complimentary bread. You sit down at the table. It's not part of the meal. But you know what? They're just trying to wet your whistle a little bit, get the conversation started. Then you start bringing in the appetizers, etc. Okay, you're probably right. I should lighten up. I'm probably a little too much Clint Eastwood on my porch about this whole week zero thing. You know, put a game or two over in Europe. All right. You want to have a couple specialty games just to wet the whistle? Oh, okay, fine. Whatever. You know, am I into it? Not really, but you know, who cares what I think?
But if it was Ohio State, Texas this Saturday, would you be into it, or would you still feel the same way?
No, this is too early for me. This just is. I'm not into it. No.
Texter at 21,000 says, it's football and we want it. You sound crazy.
Yes, I know. I know.
And that ultimately is what I believe the TV executive is thinking. They know you want football. They know that they can guarantee a certain number of people in front of their televisions. And ESPN and Fox and CBS and NBC have zero programming that would be close to the numbers they'll be able to get moving college football a week earlier. And as David alluded to earlier, that's what's driving this bus. That's why the Big Ten hired a former TV executive to run their conference. That's why many athletic directors at colleges are being replaced by CEO types instead of academic types. They're trying to figure out just how much money they can get out of us, the consumer of the sport.
And I mean, the evidence is in my face. It's like, hey, Moulton, you do know we wait over 200 days for football to start, right? You want to push it back even further? No, we'd like to shorten the wait. It's the longest wait in North American sports is for the 2 football seasons. And you're complaining because we want to move it up a few days? I get it. The evidence is not on my side. I would much rather, Mark, how many times do we say if we had to present our case to the jury? I'd much rather present your case. My case is a losing argument. It is. I know it. I don't know what to tell you. I'm open to a lot of things. I am. I'm not as Clint Eastwood as sometimes I portray myself as. But on this one, I am. I'm just not ready.
And the audience has said that they are. It is one of our poll questions today, although a few more texters coming in and siding with David and a few more voters as well. Do you consider week 0 the real start of the college football season? And the numbers have become a little closer Right now, 57% of you saying yes. It was closer to 2/3 earlier in the show. And then, of course, we have the two important poll questions.
Right.
Because today is National Bacon Lovers Day. How do you like your bacon, crispy or chewy? 2/3 of you going crispy. And what's the best way to eat bacon? Nearly 59% of you say as a side for breakfast. 37% say on a sandwich. And it looks like 2 of you say crumbled on a salad.
And apparently those are workers at Hooters, right? Apparently they
Yes.
put a lot of bacon on their salad.
Apparently-
We learned that
apparently-
today.
Yes.
Right. Apparently according to one of our listeners, apparently that's, quote, the big attraction as to why he goes to Hooters. The salad, ladies and gentlemen, the salad.
We'll take your word for it.
Right.
Just make sure you don't have the location services on your phone that your wife can see while you're having that salad.
I think wife was sitting next to him as he was texting that to us. Honey, that's why I go. You know that. It's for the salad.
Miller and Moulton, the great 8 hour is up next. Pat Kirwan will join us. We will talk the National Football League with Pat. He was at Jets training camp yesterday. We'll get his thoughts on the QB decisions that were made in the last 24 hours. And then Bud Elliott, we'll talk to him about some of those QB decisions that were made for Saturdays. All coming up on Miller and Moulton.
Shoeless Joe Sports Cafe is where your fantasy football draft should be. Free private rooms, Wi-Fi, plus food and drink specials. In August, Shoeless has bingo and trivia Tuesdays and Thursdays with your chance to win free wings and beer for a year. Fridays, live music on the deck. Saturdays, karaoke on the deck. Plus daily meal specials like Wednesdays, $6 wings and half-price pizza. Watch all your baseball and football at Shoeless Joe's, your home for good food, good times, and good sports in the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
Got a cracked window or foggy glass? Don't wait for the next storm to make it worse. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business is just down the road and ready to help. From leaky frames to shattered panes, we've got the tools and the know-how to get your home or business storm ready. With flexible scheduling and our done right promise, you'll be in good hands. So before or after the weather hits, call your neighbors at Glass Doctor.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh yeah!
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller and Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller and Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest, now try the best. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Morning, Pat.
Good morning, Mark. How are you, my friend?
I'm great, man. How are you?
No.
Good.
Defeats the purpose.
camp tour's over. That's what.
Yay!
Oh Lord. Well, it's interesting watching the Jets.
You sounded like you were in your element yesterday, Pat. I listened to a little bit. You sounded like I listened to that first half hour. You sounded like you were home.
I was feeling good. You know what? I like Aaron Glenn a lot. I've known him obviously his whole career, and we've stayed fairly close. And it's fun to see him as a head coach. I think of some of the funny things he was like when he was a kid playing. He did tell a story or two about going into Parcells' office and closing the door. And
that was great. I caught all that. That was great.
Yeah. And he goes, "You try to trade me?" He goes, "I'd trade my wife if I could get the right deal." I did say he did that. He got rid of her.
But yeah,
he was funny reflecting on all that stuff. So yeah, I'll tell you what they have. They have a core of good young players. They just don't have the quarterback thing solved at all.
No.
But they got linemen. The offensive line is pretty damn good.
You know, your point yesterday, like Becton, obviously he's not there and he's a guard now, but that they may have just screwed up with him.
Yeah, they did. And, he screwed up himself. He was way overweight and out of shape. But the only failure they had in first round picks was Zach. Well, the rest of them are very good and on the team. So, I didn't want to say it because they have a GM, but I said, why would you fire your GM when all those first round draft picks turned out to be good players?
Well, the problem though was that you can't count Becton as since he was a failure, he was a bust for you. If you know what I mean, you have to eat that one as a bust.
Yes.
I mean that makes you look bad that apparently he's a good player elsewhere, but he was a bust with you.
Well, the bust was the decision not to move him to guard.
Well, there you go.
And it would have been a terrible pick at 7 for a guard?
Well, he was 11, I think.
Okay, 11.
It doesn't matter. Guys move to guard all the time, and they play good. And Robert Gallery is my favorite example. As Lane Kiffin said when he was the head coach, I didn't draft him. He's a guard. He's not a tackle.
Right, that's true.
So it's I knew Becton's agent's a friend of mine, Alan Herman, and I said, Alan, you got to get this guy in shape. He works at his mother's soul food restaurant in the off season. What do you think's going to happen?
Hey, Pat, we're coming back in about 30 seconds, but is it Schlesinger? What was the linebacker you were so high on, whether it was after the Senior Bowl or before the draft? Was it that Schlesinger kid that's with Cleveland now?
Yeah, from UCLA.
Yeah, he was the guy you guys were just Googling over at Senior Bowl, right?
Yeah, he was so versatile and super smart. He could do anything. He's what the NFL wants now. They want a guy that they don't worry about on third down drops. Like Quincy Williams, they love him as a tackler and a blitzer, but they think he's not very good in coverage. And then when you get to Schlesinger, you get a guy that can do all that. He doesn't have to come out. That's the first thing. Do you have a linebacker that can stay on the field for 3 downs?
Here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
We are halfway home in Southwest Florida, Jacksonville, and Tampa St. Pete. Final hour of the show, Lake City, Live Oak, and surrounding areas, Port Charlotte, Venice, and surrounding areas, Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. You can text the show at 21,000. If you've never texted before, you haven't texted a long time, you may want to send the keyword Miller to 21,000, and we will get your text. You can take us in, twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton, or on the Miller and Moulton YouTube channel as well. Pat Kirwan joining us. NFL Radio's Moving the Chains, CBS's NFL Today show. Pat, are you reading a paper? What are you doing there? How
I've
are
been
you?
writing. I'm writing notes today for. I've got a young guy that's learning to be a scout, and he's very talented. And I had him do a homework assignment, which he just emailed to me, and I printed him. And as I'm sitting here getting ready for you guys, I've been going through his stuff, trying to grade him. So sorry,
Gotcha.
I'll put that down.
No, that's okay. You're working while you're working. I mean, it just shows what Pat Kirwan is all about. Pat's appearances brought to you courtesy of Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, all points in between. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh.
All right, Pat, you were at Jets camp yesterday, and I caught some of your 2 hours that you had on Sirius Radio. And the one thing that you enlightened me on is, as much as we give the Jets a hard time for how bad the Wilson pick was, and it was horrible, they have 13 starters on their team that are from the draft. That would be considered a good front office, yet the regime has changed because largely of the Wilson pick and a little bit of the Mekhi Becton pick as well. But this Jets team has a core. They just don't have a quarterback, Pat.
That is my conclusion as well, Mark, watching practice. So just their first round picks, how many teams do you have? And I'm just talking about recent draft picks. Garrett Wilson, Fasano, Ali Vera Tucker, Armand Memba, who looked pretty good to me, Will McDonald with his 10.5 sacks, Quinnen Williams, Jermaine Johnson, Sauce Gardner. That's pretty good drafting right there. So their core players are good. The offensive line is young and big and physical. They have 2 or 3 running backs that can pound it. I wish they had one more receiver that I'd like, but Garrett's phenomenal, but he's small. So all that's going on, and it looks to me like they think Mason Taylor. I had Mason at the Senior Bowl, and Malachi Moore looks like 2 more draft picks that are going to break into the starting lineup. So, Mark, the 13 draft picks that are starting, that's just from the class of 2021 to now. 3 from the 21 class, 4 from the 22 class, 2 from the 23 class, 1 from the 24, and probably 3 this year. So I look at salaries, a lot of inexpensive young players. A lot of them are performing well. The defense was pretty good last year. The offensive line looks like a strength to me. But the quarterback situation, we all know what's going on there with Justin. I spent a lot of time with Justin yesterday. I felt, look, the guy's been scarred. He got walked out of Chicago. He was 4-2 in Pittsburgh, and they took him off the field. I said to him, you don't have to look over your shoulder here. There's no one else but you. Relax and go for it. And would he be another guy that failed somewhere and succeeded somewhere else? I said, call Baker Mayfield. Talk to him. Find out how the guys have done it. What about the guys that were at the Jets before, like Darnold and our friend Gino? There's history here. You can do this, but he's got a ways to go before I think he's ready to do anything with this team.
Well, what did Aaron Glenn say about Justin Fields? Like, how much are they going to intentionally use his legs? Not when the play breaks down and he leaves the pocket. How much are they going to intentionally use his legs? Like, do they want his rushing yards to be in the 800s where Jaden Daniels' rushing yards were last year?
Yes, I don't think Washington wants Jaden's to be there anymore. But yes, when it comes to Justin, they are definitely going to be, to be specific, I think you'll be a heavy RPO team. And I think he is going to read it and pull it and run. I think that's going to be a big part of it. Remember this about Aaron. And Aaron said, I asked him, what did you learn about the kid that you didn't know because you didn't coach him? And he said he's pretty even-keeled. A bad play doesn't flip him out, and a good play doesn't overwhelm him with excitement. He's kind of steady. But he did rush for over 100 yards against Aaron's defense 2 or 3 times as a Bear. And that's vivid in Aaron's mind. So, yes, I think they're going to take advantage of it. And I think at this point, why not? You know, if that's the way and the only way that he's going to play to his strengths, which we always talk about, good coaches play to the player's strength. Well, the strength is running. And I think you're going to see quite a bit of it, David.
The Jets, out of their first 6,
oh boy,
have 4 playoff teams on the schedule, and then road game at Miami, a home game with Dallas. So the Jets could get off to an awful start and maybe have a better second half. But I do think that the Jets' schedule early could be a problem for that team. But, Pat, I want to switch gears. Steichen decides yesterday he's going with Daniel Jones, which tells all of us, I think you as well, Pat, that he's running that team, not Chris Ballard, not the new owner with Jim Irsay passing and his daughter running that team. We all, I guess, think that's the right move because none of us were Richardson guys. But if you're Chris Ballard right now, I mean, rent, don't buy. I mean, this sounds like this could be a bad thing for the GM with the coach having this much control and the GM's draft pick now at quarterback that high is kind of confirmed as a bust.
Yeah. I said this on this show the day after Jim Irsay passed away, that Jim Irsay was the number one advocate for Anthony. And as soon as Jim was not in the equation anymore, I think they decided, why don't we just put the best quarterback on the field? And when Anthony missed the spring, again, we talked about this on this show, the playbook came alive for the coaches. They realized we have a real legitimate full playbook with Daniel Jones. That doesn't make Daniel Jones the savior. It's just relative to Anthony. And Anthony, was a limited playbook and it didn't seem to be growing. And with all the missed practice time, it was definitely not growing. So consequently, you put yourself in a position of what gives us the best chance to win right now. Anthony's agent should be quiet. He's talking about no trust and all this nonsense. That doesn't help his player, and his player should instruct the agent to be quiet. But be that as it may, I think the three of us announced Daniel Jones as a starter the day he signed with the Colts. Just like we announced Joe Flacco would be the starter the day he signed back with Cleveland. So those to me were not news breaking, and I know you guys knew that was coming. So here it is. The interesting quarterback world now, Mark, is the teams that really know that their number 2 quarterback isn't good enough. And that group is kind of scary. What are you going to do? Joe Moulton, Hendon Hooker. I could keep going. There's about 6 of them. Who's the starter in New Orleans and who's the backup in New Orleans? All that stuff. It's a little late to be deciding. You were 7 days away from the 53-man cut, David. You kind of always know the date of things. In 7 days, you got to cut your roster and your starter. If you've been splitting reps this whole time and can't decide what to do, New Orleans, then you've wasted. Someone took too many reps and someone else didn't take enough reps.
Well, Pat, okay, I thought Brian Dable made a slip publicly that I could take advantage of if I'm about 10 teams who desperately need a backup quarterback. Dable's made a move in the preseason game against the Jets. He had Russell Wilson in the game. Russ completed a pass. He intentionally took Wilson out, ran Jackson Dart onto the field, called the pass play. Dart completed it. He ran Russell Wilson back out onto the field and Dart off the field. When asked afterwards, he said, well, that's a situation that could legitimately happen in a game. The starter has to miss a play for whatever reason, and the backup has to run in cold. That, to me, is like, does that mean Jameis is the number 3? Pat, Jameis is better than half the backup quarterbacks in this league. I mean, don't you, especially if you're Detroit. Come on, you're trying to win a Super Bowl here. Hendon Hooker, come on. Don't you have to? I mean, you could get Jameis for a conditional 6th or 7th from the Giants, and he's under contract for 2 years.
There's no doubt he should be traded maybe today or tomorrow. You don't need him anymore. We all know who the number 2 is, who's eventually going to be the number 1. And they got, Dart has already thrown 36 passes, I think, 35 or 36 passes. He's completed over 70%. He's thrown 2 touchdowns. We all know he's the heir apparent, and it is time to move Jameis. Jameis to Dallas, Jameis to Detroit. I'll give you one more. Can Jameis start in New Orleans?
Yes.
and they liked him when they had him.
Well, the head coach didn't. Everybody else did, but the head coach didn't.
The head coach, he really doesn't have a lot of say there.
But I think the Saints want to be on the clock. I don't think they want Jameis. I literally think, and I know teams don't tank, and I know players will never tank, and I know coaches will never tank. But I think deep down, the ownership and the people that run the Saints are fine if they're on the clock.
I don't disagree with you. But Manning's not coming out, so they really. Do you want to be on the clock? Try being on the clock next year.
All right, Hendrickson, it looks like they're close in Cincinnati. I mean, they figured out dollars. Now they got to figure out guaranteed money. That one looks like it's pretty close.
Yep.
McLaurin and the Commanders don't seem to be as close. How far away, in your estimation, are they?
Well, when I was there, it was very important to the coaches that he finally gets back on the field. They all recognize what he brings. You do not want to set your quarterback back in his second year with his favorite target not on the field. So they want him to be there. And I think ultimately he will be there. So I wouldn't worry about that one either. And then, of course, you're going to ask me about the surprise one, Robinson down there in Washington. I was shocked by that they're trying to peddle him. I don't get it. To me, so what if he's in the last year of his contract? If you go look at how he can be 1,000-yard back quite easily. And if you're really saying to your young quarterback, we don't want you running as much, well, you better have McLaurin on the field and you better be handing to Robinson more.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
We added a new affiliate in Tampa today, so I got to be pretty on with the break. So I kind of cut you there, Pat.
I don't care.
I know.
They do it to me 4 times an hour on my show. I take it as a badge of honor. I told him yesterday, hey, we might have to go to a break. I said, if I'm talking to Aaron Glenn on air and you go to a break, I will kick your ass.
Oh, I see. And I remember when we were doing afternoons, we got Chris Berman on. We were out at the shootout in Naples, and Berman sat down with us, and he was talking that day, and he was great. We're not cutting him off for a commercial. I think we blew through 2 breaks and a top of the hour break. We did like 45 minutes with Chris Berman, but it's like, I don't know what to tell you. He's talking. We're not going to tell him we're taking a break right now.
No, I keep asking, you guys could answer this for me. I keep asking, I go, look, if you have to go to a commercial, go to a commercial, but leave me up with him. And now I'm just he doesn't know he's not live, and I'm recording this for later use.
That should be able to be done, because I record, and you've watched me, Pat, where I do the podcast. I'm recording like right now because we're on Twitch and YouTube, and all the people can hear us on that. But I record on a different channel than the commercials are on, and there's no board in the world that couldn't do that.
Yep, and they're just not, and especially guys like Glenn that are friends of mine. Here's the PR guy yesterday. He doesn't say it to me because he knows better. He says to the producer, Brian McCaffrey, you can only have Glenn for 5 minutes. He's got a lot to do. So at the end of 5 minutes, he starts waving to Brian to, cut it off and be done. Brian gives me this sign, and I just look at him and say, go away. And I go, hey, they want me to stop talking to you, and I'm not gonna. And Aaron just started laughing. I said, what are you talking about? 5 minutes. I drove all the way up here for 5 minutes. No chance. Right. 11 and a half minutes later, we were done. These guys. And the PR department at the Jets, they're one of the all-time worst.
Worse than Miami's?
Yeah.
I know there's a lot of people that cover Miami that do not like the way that they handle injuries in that PR department with getting them to the media.
Well, that's always a problem, but that's usually directed from the club. But Cleveland's terrible. Again, I know that coach. They said, wait, 5 minutes with Kevin. That's not going to happen, bro. Unless you walk right on this set and pick him up with your hand and drag him off, I'm going to keep him here until I've done what I need to do. And I've told Kevin, I said, you need to fire that guy. I remember telling Phil Savage, when he went to the Jets, I said, he goes, is there anything I should know? He said, yeah, your PR department's a disaster. Do your best with the GM to get that guy fired. He's still there. And Phil's gone. Everything else good, fellas?
Yeah, I mean, no complaints. Like I said, we just added Tampa back, which was great for us. Now we've got Jacksonville, Tampa, and Fort Myers. We've got 3 of the top 5 markets in the state, or I guess 6 if you put Lauderdale or Palm Beach in there. So 3 of the top 6 markets in the state.
Oh, great! You deserve it. You just keep digging. You'll own the whole thing. Hey, are you broadcasting out of state somewhere as well?
Huntsville, Alabama.
Good. Nothing in Georgia?
No.
Just keep pushing. I'm happy for you.
We're grinding away. Hopefully I've got, about 3 sponsors I'm working on to add. If we could add a handful of sponsors before football, life would be terrific.
Yep. Well, I think when it first happened, I thought the way you guys looked at it, like this might be better for us. I love that you thought that way.
Yep, and we've basically made it a year, so now everything, now we're pushing forward.
Yep.
All right. Here we go.
I get calls on our show from this show.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour, our remaining minutes with Pat Kirwan. And then Bud Elliott will join us a little more than 15 minutes time to talk about college football, which begins this Saturday, week 0. That's one of our poll questions. Do you consider week 0 the start of the college football season? More of you do than don't. And then today is National Bacon Lovers Day. We've got a couple of bacon poll questions. Vote accordingly. All right, Pat. Could teams make cuts today if they had to? How much legitimate work is being done to set the 53-man over the next week?
Well, the first thing is you have a preseason game left. and you know guys you're going to cut, and the last thing you want is for that guy to get injured in a preseason game. So I would recommend cutting guys now. Not all of them, but let's say 5, 8 guys that you know you're cutting, and you know they're not good enough. And you know if you lose a guy in a preseason game, you can always call him back because no one's going to pick him up. Who's going to claim guys that are not making a team? They're not. So I would not want them on the field and risk of an injury to a guy you're cutting. You can't afford to keep banging your salary cap with those kind of situations. So I'd let some guys go now. That's the first thing. The second part of it is, look, let's make that clock go real fast in this game, and let's get out of here. And be careful subjecting anyone of value to the field and injury. So those things are going on. But at the end of the day, let's do the math. 53 on the roster, an average of 4 or 5 on IR/PUP that are going to be inactive. All right, so we're up to 58, 59. Then we have 16 going to the practice squad. All right, so how many guys are we really cutting? And if I dump 8 guys now, I'm just talking about releasing another 7 or 8 and you're done. So it's not that hard. How many times have we said preseason now is not to make the team? Preseason is to rehearse the offense and defense because these guys know who's making the team. There's a few rare battles, but as Todd Bowles said, which I said on the show the other day, Todd always goes, it's not the best 53, it's the right 53. And that's sometimes a different number and different set of guys. So I don't think it's very hard to do anymore. The 16 on the practice squad, especially since 6 are veterans, makes the final cuts very easy.
And then obviously, as you've mentioned many times, there are the guys that they will cut and not sign until after week 1 because then it's not guaranteed. So you'll see that game being played as well. Now, can you hide that player on the practice squad, or if he's on the practice squad, he's signed? You've got to cut him to bring him back week 2, right?
Yeah, the practice squad are free agents. They are not members of your football team. They are free agents being paid a weekly check. So they can go when they want. They don't have to sign with you. You can't really assign them to the practice squad. They have to want to go. And so people will tap into those practice squads. And we all see it during the season, but it could happen now. As soon as a guy is waived and clears waivers or he's cut, those guys, they're being offered the practice squad. They don't have to take it. And even if they're on it, they can take a call from a club without notifying the club that they're working for that they're moving on. Most of them will say, hey, coach, I got a deal. I'm going on to Team X, but they don't have to.
Pat, a lot is being made of contract disputes, holdouts, hold-ins, etc. How many times does one of those situations truly negatively impact the team besides the obvious if the guy's not on the field week 1? But I mean, how often it's great fodder for us, but does this really make a difference negatively?
Well, I don't think it makes. I think Terry McLaurin will be who he is if he shows up week 1 or week 3. He'll be right into it. You know, there's going to be incurred penalties, financial penalties that can be significant. But they were nice to him. They put him on PUP and said, well, he's not healthy enough. So he has overruled the penalty stuff, which is very good for him. He should be very grateful they did that. But that doesn't mean that everyone does it that way. Hendrickson is going to be, he stayed out and he's going to be penalized. It's the dope and I say that like, what's the agent thinking? When a guy reports and then says he's going to go home, that guy is really vulnerable to problems because they can do the 5-day letter on him and then all of a sudden he's going to be ineligible for the year. So you got to be smart about what you're doing. But I look, it's a long season. There's a lot of stuff going on, and you really want to have your best players available for the media schedule.
Travis Hunter's been a big topic this offseason, getting drafted. The Jags go up and get him, talking about him playing both ways. I know you've had your reservations about that all along, Pat, from just the meeting standpoint, not even the talent standpoint, You're just talking about meetings and getting ready for games and how difficult that will be. Now he's banged up a little bit and he's missed some practices. Are they really going to try to play him, 70% of the snaps? Because if you're missing practices in August, that would scare the hell out of me if I'm a Jags fan.
Yeah, I think it's a nice story. Bill Cowher said I had Woodson. He'd make a case that Woodson was even better than this kid, and they couldn't do it. So what does he want to do? I think they're going to come to the realization that learning the offense is harder than the defense. He should be learning the offense, dedicating most of his practice time to that, and then playing, as Cowher said, if I had him, he'd play offense, start, and then he'd play on the third down defense, and that would be it. But let's go back to the roster, Mark. Now, because we think he's a two-way player, how are we going to formulate the 53? Now I got it, because if he goes down, you need two starters. And so he could have an effect on who makes the football team.
And it could be negative.
Yeah.
Got about a minute and a half left. Moving forward, a lot is being made in Miami that McDaniel has really changed the quote culture, the vibe. Can that happen in a camp? Can that happen in an off season? Like when you spend time around a team, can you truly walk away and go, wow, things are different? Because I wonder, you got to having a great May through August. You lose week 1 to Indianapolis. What's the vibe? I'm just curious. Can a culture and a vibe be changed in one off season?
No. One of the great quotes to me by a player we had, Billy Piquel, the owner had given a speech about this coach, and there was a new coach, and the owner's in front of the team, and he's going on and on about how much he loves them and how smart he is. And as we were leaving the meeting, I was walking out with Pick. I go, what do you think of that speech right there, Bill? And he's turned to me straight face and said, I don't judge coaches till halftime of a losing game. He goes, until then, I don't care what he says. I want to know what he's going to do to help us if we're in trouble at halftime. It's an interesting perspective, and I think I don't think most guys buy that a guy who wasn't a tough guy is now a tough guy. I think all of us know, growing up as kids, who the tough guys were in our school, and we know who the guys weren't tough. And the guys who started to talk tough, we thought they were the biggest phonies of all. So I think most players aren't buying that stuff. It's, first off, toughness is a personal decision, not by the coach, but by the players. And if the players can't make that decision, then you have to start asking yourself, what's going on here? And I hope Mike succeeds. I hope Mike is able to capture the attention of his football team. And if he can't do it, then he'll be gone.
He's Pat Kirwan. He's with us twice a week. He'll be back on Friday, and then beginning next week, his regular appearances will be Tuesdays and Fridays at 8 o'clock here on Miller and Moulton. Pat hosts Moving the Chains on NFL Radio, weekdays 3 to 7, and Saturdays during the season 2 to 5. And he's part of CBS's NFL Today show. Pat joins us courtesy of Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, all points in between. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. Bud Elliott to talk college football next.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller and Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller and Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest, now try the best. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at
With
AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton. You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Not one, not two, but three poll questions today. Two involving bacon, since it's National Bacon Lovers Day. And the third is, do you consider week 0 the start of the college football season, yay or nay? A majority of you say, yes, I do. That means the season begins in 3 days, which is one of the reasons why we bring Bud Elliott on the show. CBS Sports 24/7, Nolecast, Cover 3 podcast. Follow him on X, Bud Elliott, 2 L's, 2 T's, Bud Elliott, the number 3, Bud Elliott 3. Bud, David, and Mark, good morning. How are you?
Guys, doing well. Just excited for this college football season. I think you have to consider it real, but it's more of like an appetizer. You know, how many games out here are you really pumped to watch?
One, Farmageddon. Just get me going with K-State and Iowa State. Then you can, unless something else happens, then you can have the rest of the day. But at noon, I'm in.
I will have Fresno and Kansas State and Kansas on. I will probably go back and watch the Sam Houston Western Kentucky game because I'm just sick like that, and also new offenses for both teams. So interesting there. Hawaii is a favorite over Stanford. That's
right. When's the last
Stanford
time Hawaii's been a favorite?
Yeah, especially over a Power 4 team. Obviously, Stanford losing their coach and Andrew Luck taking over as the GM there. That's wild. And guys, Dan Mullen makes his debut at UNLV. They host Idaho State.
Well, and you better enjoy Dan while you can, because apparently there's only so much money to pay Dan with. So the 5-year deal apparently is week to week, if reports are to be believed. But in all seriousness, does college football going forward, but obviously there's a lot up in the air with this sport, but does college football need to make week 0 week 1? Because after this week, there's still 14 weekends before December. I mean, how many weeks do you need to play 12 games? But I'm just curious, as you envision the future of this sport, does this weekend become week 1 where everybody plays?
I think it could. There are some challenges here in that this is still college football, so we at least nominally have to be somewhat tied to academics. I mean, some of these schools don't have students on campus for another 2 or 3 weeks, guys. So it's a weird experience if you play in these home games in empty stadiums. Also, I think for some of these southern teams, do you want to play your home opener in this weather? I would have some real reservations about doing that in Tallahassee and Gainesville and Coral Gables, in Athens. I mean, it is really hot right now. I do think there's some scheduling stuff we need to kind of look at with the sport, and that's I don't know how long conference championships are going to be a thing as a standalone week. I mean, you're only getting like 10 games on that entire weekend, and then we give an entire weekend to Army Navy. And look, obviously, like the network I work for carries it, but I have long thought that Army Navy should be its own protected time slot, not its own protected weekend. I'd like to see them maybe push conference championships a week earlier if you're going to play these conference tournaments or something, whatever. I don't know that I love that idea, and then have Army Navy as like a standalone 1 o'clock kick, and then you start the playoffs later that night.
All right, Bud, I have just a simple question for you, because you're on top of the money as well as anybody that I know. When the kid from Indiana was suing for the extra year of eligibility and basically is claiming he's going to lose out on $400,000, what's a starter get? What is the average starting salary for a college football player of a Power 4 team? Because I thought $400K for a D-back was a little high, but then you do the math. 400 times 22, that only gets you to, a little less than $9 million. They're spending $15 million legally. So what's a starter cost for a Power 4 team, and how much does it vary from, Purdue to Ohio State inside a conference, if you know what I mean?
Sure. So I think almost everybody in the Big Ten, I'd be pretty shocked if anybody has someone who they planned to start, like not somebody who surprisingly won a job in camp, right? But like somebody who you went into the offseason saying this guy is going to be a starter for us, I'd be surprised if there's anybody in the Big Ten or SEC who's not making at least a quarter of your starting 22 guys, right? I think all of your quarterbacks who have played a little bit of college football, not some of the freshmen and whatnot, but I think all of your quarterbacks are making like 800 plus, and most of them are going to make $1 million plus. Like, it's just that important of a position. If you wanted to go out and get one of the very top, like very good receivers in the portal this offseason, that was definitely $1 million. Same for like big time defensive ends, big time offensive tackles. A DB getting 400 if he's a good one is definitely like not a surprise. I think there are probably some teams in the Big 12 and certainly in the ACC that are not paying that. Like some of these small private schools in the ACC, maybe a Wake, I don't think they're really paying everybody, that they intended to start 250. But some schools spread it out a lot more as well. I know there are some schools in the Big 10 who are essentially holding back like 25 or even 30% of their rev share to assign as essentially like retention bonuses based on playing time after the transfer portal closes in about 6 months here.
Bud Elliott, follow him on X. Bud Elliott, 2 L's, 2 T's, and the number 3. Bud Elliott 3. Is this new financial system, and granted, I know it's 6 weeks old, but do the people you talk to, do they think that this is going to work, that this is feasible? It's going to be challenged in court, obviously. It may only stay in effect for 2 to 3 years when the courts get done with it, but is this $20.5 million per school going to hold?
Like, well, I think it'll certainly go up next year as the rev share money. Like, they're getting so much money from the TV side. I am curious. Like, I think we will see coaching salaries slow. I don't know that we're going to see them decline, but I think the rate of inflation will slow. And I don't think you're going to see very many coaches taking pay cuts, but I do think that you will see some of these schools, West Virginia is not paying Rich Rod all that much. UCF's not paying Scott Frost a ton of money. And if I'm one of those type of schools, I don't know that I need to be paying like top dollar for coaching staff when now we can all acknowledge it. I mean, the players are more important than the coaches. It doesn't mean the coaches are not important, but when you put it in proportion, I'd rather spend the money on my roster, especially because in college football, you just don't get that much time to coach these kids up. So I do think you'll see maybe that, right? Like the money coming into the coaching search idea a little more. We can get this guy for this, or we can get this guy for $2 million less per year and throw that extra money at our roster.
All right. When you look at, trying to find surprise teams now is pretty damn hard. We got a pretty good gauge. Indiana kind of came out of nowhere last year, but the schedule was right. Is there anybody out there that you see, maybe not coming from nowhere, but a team that's not in the top 25 or at the back end of the top 25 that you're going, I think they're a playoff team?
Okay, so like long shots here. I know some smart people who have bet Nebraska to make the playoff. I would rather have Raiola at like 65-1 to win the Heisman than bet Nebraska to make the playoff, because I don't think their defense is very good. So if they make the playoff, I think it's because they have a new offensive coordinator, Dana Holgorsen, who's going to transform that offense, and it's because Raiola, who's like legitimately a 5-star physical talent, is just dragging that team with him to the playoffs, right? If Washington stays really healthy, I could see the path. I think Jed Fish is a hell of a coach, and they have a good quarterback, a legitimate, really good receiver. They got a good back, and the defense it has good top-line starters. I don't know about the depth there. But if they can stay healthy, there's some like I think 13 or 14-1 to make the playoffs. Like that's not insane to me. I priced it at like 10, so some value there. I think other stuff. SEC, I don't see a lot of sleepers. A&M, if I like their quarterback more, I would probably be in there, but I don't. I think we already talked about like Florida. I want the real kind of right side of the tail distribution as far as outcomes. That's super math nerdy on a Wednesday. I get it, but like. If that team stays really, really healthy, I think they have sky-high potential. But it could also miss a bowl if Lagway it stays dinged up. Other guys here. Big 12, I kind of think it's Utah. But, again, the 12th place team in that league last year ended up winning the whole thing. So a lot of different stuff happens there.
Right.
ACC. Oh, ACC. A lot of people seem to be sleeping on Louisville, but if you actually watched that Louisville game last year, they went into Clemson, and guys, they whipped Clemson, like physically. Like that game was not as close as the final score indicated. Like I know Louisville won, but like that was kind of a beating. And Louisville doesn't lose very much off that roster. Clemson did lose 4 times last year. I could see Louisville winning the ACC. I'm not predicting that to happen, but I think it's actually like not insane.
Just want to throw this out there about Washington. End of September, they host Ohio State. All right, going to be the first big road game for Ohio State and the new quarterback and all that. That is not an easy place to play. I would just circle that. Ohio State at Washington as a chance for an upset. All right, coaches on not the warm seat, the hot seat heading into this season. Like I listened to an interview yesterday driving from DC to Jersey in which the guy who covers the Maryland Terrapins is like, yeah, Maryland needed a new coach yesterday. This thing is dead. It's done. All right. I'm just curious. Coaches on the real, not media created, real hot seats.
Okay. So in the SEC, I think Pittman's going to retire. Now, I was talking to a friend about this because I think it could be another kind of quiet coaching carousel as teams just don't want to pay these enormous buyouts and they want to pay the money to the roster. But how long is Kentucky going to hold on to Stoops? That's a pretty big buyout, but It's obviously reduced from what it was last year. I think one of, and I'm not saying this to pick on Florida fans, one of Napier, Hugh Freeze, Brian Kelly, Brent Venables, I think one of those jobs opens. A lot of those teams play each other. Somebody's going to have a record that is just like not tolerable. And obviously at Mississippi State, like Jeff Levy, if they go winless in the SEC again, they might have to just be like, all right, this was a little bit over this guy's head to be able to take this job. That's a really hard job, obviously. But I think like of the good jobs you actually want, like, do you want Arkansas and Kentucky? Like they'll pay you really good money, obviously, but they don't really pay good money for their roster. So you can't win. It's like, cool, we're going to get rich, and that's a great thing over 4 or 5 years, and I'm getting fired for the most part. I think the Florida, Auburn, Oklahoma, LSU, that foursome is one to be watching. I think one of those will open just because a lot of them play each other.
And we've been wondering for a long time. I was always big on Arizona State. They're finally getting it right and spending the money. Arkansas has the money. When are they going to start spending on the roster? Because money's not a problem with the University of Arkansas. Michigan, the penalties, your thoughts, and will anybody ever get a postseason ban again in college football?
I don't think so. Maybe if you were using ineligible players, that seems to be the only thing that they really can get the stick right now. I think, look, Michigan was probably going further than most teams do with this. And I think but I do think other teams try to find other ways to cheat, like in the transfer portal area. I'm sure like they're trying to, you saw what happened with the Memphis kid, right? And the UTSA deal, it kind of went under the radar. I'm like, okay, let's just keep playing ball at this point. I assume everybody's cheating. So just maybe not to that extent, right? I don't think we're going to see big time penalties in the NCAA.
Bud, we got about a minute. K-State, Iowa State, and does Fresno have a puncher's chance in Lawrence?
I don't think Fresno does. I think Kansas will come out pretty prepared for this. But K-State apparently is really banged up. It's like 3 starters on defense and maybe their left tackle. So I'm very much watching the injury report on this, which should come out tomorrow from the Big 12, I think, just to see, because those guys matter. Nobody in this era of transfer portal has amazing depth, and K-State included. So I was leaning K-State, but now I'm thinking maybe it's Iowa State.
But I've got to tell you, and my son listens to your podcast, he's 26, but you broke through with he and his collection of friends, and I've not mentioned this yet, because he bought the new college football game. And Bud Elliott's blue chip ratio is part of how you build a team in that game. So congratulations on invading the EA Sports college football game.
Was doing it. Like obviously, I wanted to get it done. Didn't take any money for it, and it was just like, hey, like I want to be able to show my boys, in 10 years when they're old enough to actually appreciate it. Hey, like Dad was in the college football game. It was really fun. Those guys are great.
Stuff. Awesome stuff, Bud.
You could tell Bud, humble beginnings, not taking money for it. It's kind of like his, appearances on Miller and Moulton over 15 years, not taking any money for it. That's kind of how it works. Bud, all the best to you and the family. Hope you get off to a good start this season. We'll talk next week.
Enjoyed it, guys. See you next week.
Bud Elliott, 24/7 Sports, CBS Sports, Cover 3 Podcast, Nolecast. Follow him on X, Bud Elliott, 2 L's, 2 T's, the number 3, Bud Elliott 3.
Yeah, great podcast, good cast of characters on there. They get into the gambling quite a bit. Miller and Moulton. Thanks so much for listening. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Shoeless Joe Sports Cafe is where your fantasy football draft should be. Free private rooms, Wi-Fi, plus food and drink specials. In August, Shoeless has bingo and trivia Tuesdays and Thursdays with your chance to win karaoke on the deck, plus daily meal specials like Wednesdays, $6 wings, and half-price pizza. Watch all your baseball and football at Shoeless Joe's, your home for good food, good times, and good sports in the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
When Glass Doctor replaces your windshield, your local Glass Doctor includes the industry's only 12-month windshield protection plan at no extra cost. That means unlimited chip repairs and even a one-time replacement if needed. High-quality service backed by real peace of mind, right here in your neighborhood.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor. We fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
Exclusions apply. See your local Glass Doctor for
For over
details.
50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They can inform a decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection, 99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meister, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game 427-3441 today.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yes, and they are. They get younger. Well, they're either
Holy cow.
Yes.
or 26.
Background chatter, for crying out loud. I hope that you guys aren't really locked into David and his mother's conversation because I just muted it. Holy Toledo.
Okay. We love their egg salad. You like that egg salad, David?
I love it.
Well, Aunt Kathy finds it bland. And it is. Those are two things I don't like. I can believe that.
By the way, apparently in the later part of the 19th century, you could buy heroin in the Sears catalog.
No wonder it was so popular.
Apparently, we had a morphine epidemic sweeping the country. Bear offered a hot new solution, heroin. The drug, Bear claimed, was not only stronger than morphine, but also far less addictive.
Can't believe that a drug company was providing false information.
I love it. I get an email every day. There's really never anything for sports on here, but there's always a thing or two that I can sometimes put in the show. Not that I would, but skibbity is added to the Cambridge dictionary. A word that basically has no real meaning.
Very quickly, it looks like Bud's carpooling duties are getting in the way of him being on camera this year. He's still nailing down the time, but like he was running behind schedule today, so he did it over the phone. But carpooling could get in the way of Bud being on camera.
I don't know how that matters to you guys. We'll have Bud every week, gang.
I just want to see him.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
And just like that, on this hump day, it's the bonus hour for Southwest Florida, Tampa, St. Pete, and Jacksonville. Thanks for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Not one, not two, but three poll questions today. One, do you consider Saturday in week 0 the official start of the college football season? And a majority of you, I believe, Mark, do.
Right now, 60% of our audience says week 0 is the real start of the college football season. There is a strong disagreement between the two hosts of this show. I'm ready for Farmageddon. I'm looking forward to Saturday. Like, I'm truly looking forward to Saturday at noon. David has no interest whatsoever. And this isn't shtick. This isn't us picking sides. This is the truth.
I'm just not ready. And I know we're going to have Tim Brando on tomorrow. And I may be a fraud, a hypocrite, a liar, because, you know, he's got Kansas, Fresno State. And obviously he's excited about it. Any network announcer is excited about a game they get to do. But, you know, I don't know. It's too early for me. My clock is not ready for it. Growing up in the Northeast and spending a lot of time in the upper Midwest, I'm not ready for it. Even though I've spent 25 plus years in the South, I don't know. That part of me has not changed. You know, I still call it soda, not pop, and I'm not ready yet for college football.
Well, I mean, they only call it pop in a few places. I mean, that's very much a Midwestern thing. That's the only part of the world that they refer to soda as pop. And I mean, I grew up with pop and moved to Georgia right after college and got made fun of too much for that. I basically clipped it from my vernacular. And I laugh now because my wife's a Pittsburgh native. They drink pop in Pittsburgh. So, but week 0, it's here to stay. And
yes, it is.
There have been plenty of people who have agreed with you. I mean, it is 60-40. It's not a great split. It's not that one-sided. But the other 2 poll questions are about bacon, because today is National Bacon Lovers Day. 66% of you like it crispy, and 66% of you prefer bacon as a side for breakfast as the best way to eat it. 30% say on a sandwich, and a couple of you say crumbled on a salad.
And when we said sandwich, I know. Well, I think by sandwich we also implied like a burger. That basically,
or a good old-fashioned BLT.
Right.
A BLT is a terrific sandwich.
It is. It's outstanding.
I would call it an underrated sandwich.
Huh. Very interesting. With your enthusiasm, you kind of feel like it's the Gary Player of sandwiches.
Ooh, I don't know if I'd go that far.
You don't think it's that good?
Well, I mean, because how many majors did Gary Player win?
9.
Right, 9. I mean, that's how many home runs the Yankees had last night, by the way, too. In case you were scoring at home.
Hold on one second. I think the Yankees just hit another one. Yes. Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it is the Gary, because I don't think Gary Player's on the short list of great golfers of all time. I don't think a BLT qualifies as one of the great sandwiches of all time.
Okay. All right. It's funny. I feel Gary gets left out. Like he's never considered for the Mount Rushmore. All right. And then if you start talking about those that miss Mount Rushmore, I feel as if he doesn't come up first or second. And 9's a lot of majors. And by a lot, I mean in the last 65 years, there's only 2 male golfers to win more. Jack and Tiger. I mean, there are great golfers who, if you combine their major totals together, don't get to Player. But that's our thing.
Right.
For those.
Watson's probably held in higher regard than Player, and Player has one more major than Watson.
Right. Now, I will say, if Watson had held on at age 59 and won that British instead of Stuart Sink, coming from behind and winning in a playoff. Watson pars 18 there, wins his 6th Open Championship and his 9th major at 59. I mean, I think it goes down as the greatest win in the history of the sport. I think, quite frankly, it might go down on the Mount Rushmore of greatest wins in sports history. We'll put the Miracle on Ice. We've always said it's its own category. But it'd be tough to outdo winning a major at 59. 59! But didn't happen. Finished second.
And it will be, a week from today that we finally get the announcement of who the Ryder Cup captain's picks are? They're not doing it until Wednesday. Why they are waiting so long is beyond me. There's no more qualifying on the U.S. side. That ended last week with the BMW Championship. The European team is waiting till after this weekend,
right,
to finish their points for their team.
Here's my question. We asked Pat Kirwan when we had him on last hour how many roster spots are truly still being fought over, and he said it's very small, very small, that teams could do their cuts today if they had to. You wonder truly how many of the Ryder Cup spots for both the U.S. and Europe are up for grabs at this late stage. I mean, Mark, do you think the guys 14th, 15th, 16th, if they do something at the Tour Championship this week, could steal? If Keegan Bradley is leaning a certain way, that somebody can steal that bid this week short of winning?
Yes, because I think there are 9 players in on the U.S. team. The top 6, I believe, are in. I actually think all of the top 9 are in. And the top 6 are Scheffler, obviously, J.J. Spawn, Xander Schauffele, Russell Henley, Harris English, and Bryson DeChambeau. They're in. Nothing can be done about those players. Automatic picks. I think Justin Thomas is in. There's no questions there. Colin Morikawa, in. No questions. Ben Griffin, I think, is in.
I agree.
So that means there are 3 spots left. I don't think Maverick McNeely has secured a spot. If I were Keegan Bradley, he would by me. But I don't know if Maverick McNeely has a spot yet.
By the way, he's 10th on the points list. He finished 3rd at the BMW last week, solo
Right.
3rd. For you, you'd only have 2 spots available.
And one of those could be for the playing captain. Keegan Bradley's 11. Brian Harmon's 12. Andrew Novak, pretty close to where Harmon is. They're separated by like 160 points. Cameron Young, right there as well. Then it dips a little bit in points for Cantlay and Sam Burns. I don't think anybody beyond 16 has a shot. Like Wyndham Clark is 17. No chance. Chris Gotterup is 20. To me, no chance. He had a great month. Guys like Spieth and Fowler that people have been talking about. Are you out of your minds? Some people even brought up Patrick Reed on the Live Tour. I don't think he has a shot. So I think you're looking at Burns, Cantlay, Young, and Novak, along with Bradley, Harmon, and McNeely. I think there's 7 guys for 3 spots. I would have McNeely on the team, David.
So you'd have 6 guys for 2 spots.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough. And I think Europe's got like 11 of the 12 figured out.
Absolutely.
It sounds like Luke Donald. There's not much left for him to do. So Ryder Cup will be fascinating in about 6 weeks' time. But I could argue the picking of the team and whether or not Keegan's going to try this player captain thing, which hasn't been done since Arnie in 63? And it does back up, Mark, what you've always believed. You think that there's very little in sports as overrated as being the Ryder Cup captain.
Outside of picking the team, and I understand that they're setting up who's playing with who, but they treat this like these captains are coaching a Super Bowl. What in-match adjustments can a captain make? Any?
I don't know, Mark. The speed and the intensity that Seve drove that cart around with when he was captain, okay? And the cheerleading when he got off that cart and the cheerleading that he did, very instrumental. Ben Crenshaw's speech the night before Sunday Singles. I mean, it's Lombardi. It's Rockney-esque. No?
I really want your mother. Happy birthday to your mom, and you're at your mother's house right now doing the show. With those comments, I would do anything to have your mother force feed you one of those moldy bagels right now.
She just went outside and gave them to the squirrels.
Nice. Text line open at 21,000. If you've not texted the show before, the keyword is Miller. Text Miller to 21,000, then you are in. Mike text from the Cape. He said he recognizes week 0. Another texter says, only one question. Do the games count? As a matter of fact, they do.
Yes, they do. There's point spreads and everything. I know. It flies in the face of a lot of my theories. I just said I'm not emotionally ready. I'm not. I'm vulnerable. I'm not ready yet for the college football season to begin.
And then this person just wanted to let us know on the BLT. BLTs are in my family's dinner rotation. We have them once every 2 weeks. Great sandwich, super underrated. BLTs part of the dinner rotation. It's never even been thought of in our house as part of the dinner rotation. Ever.
Is that a mistake on your house's part?
It might be.
Should you
It
reconsider?
might be.
Tell you
I
what.
don't know if I could do it year round because you can't get good tomatoes around here all year. And the key to a BLT sandwich, you could have one today. I mean, you're in Jersey, David. You could go get yourself a damn good tomato today.
I've had a few during these last few days. Every single thing I've eaten's had a tomato on it. In the time
I could
I've
eat one
spent
of
in
those Jersey
Jersey.
tomatoes like an apple right now. Just give me a salt shaker and a tomato, and I would be all set.
We went to Harold's Deli a few days ago, and I had a plate of tomatoes. A plate. Miller and Moulton. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. Final thoughts, 25 minutes away.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com. If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller & Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller & Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest, now try the best. Miller & Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Robes, I like you breaking away today. Nice breakaway today. Don't know if we influenced that with our poll question or if you were already on it. Someone in the chat room said chewy bacon because nobody orders their whatever well done. Remember, I order my steak medium well, so. Robes, I hope that was a positive contribution we made to your life. Our talk of today's National Bacon Lovers Day made you get away from the yogurt. By once in a while, do you mean every segment, Logic Man? Just with our food conversation, Robes. Has anybody not done their fantasy football draft yet?
I haven't.
How many you in, Logic Man?
Man, oh man, is my computer just slow today.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. A reminder, Shoeless Joe's Sports Cafe. Listen, it's a great place to stop by. They got food and drink specials every day like today. How about $6 wings and half-price pizza? Not bad, huh? Great place to hold your fantasy draft. I know many of you have done a draft, but you're in like 8 of them and you've done 5. Well, have one of your drafts at Shoeless Joe's. Free private rooms, terrific and free Wi-Fi, along with the food and drink specials. Shoeless Joe's Sports Cafe in the Doubletree by Hilton, Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Good food, good times, and good sports. Shoeless Joe's, Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Since we have 2 bacon poll questions, because today's National Bacon Lovers Day, Mark, you're the cook. Okay. Bacon in an oven, brown sugar sprinkled on top. That's the recipe that's been submitted.
That's wonderful. And I that knock yourself out. I mean, that's there's a million different ways to cook bacon. If someone wants to put brown sugar on it, that's fine by me. Not something that I like bacon. You don't need to sweeten it up, but
I gotcha. Okay. You're the cook on the show. I just, I throw that out there. I know you like to, experiment with things and what have you. Just threw that out there as a friendly suggestion in the chat room.
Sounds like a plan. We'll get on it Sunday morning.
There you go.
It's a big bacon day in the house, David.
It's probably the biggest bacon day, right?
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, Sunday, for people that still do the church thing after church. But yeah, Sunday breakfast, I would hope is still a thing in people's homes. We try to, it's one of the few times with as crazy as our lives are with my wife and I and my daughter all going in a million different directions. It's kind of the one guarantee that we know on Sundays for breakfast and dinner, we're going to sit at the same table and eat a meal. And by dinner, we'll have a meal for the next couple of weeks, and then I'll be watching games while the 3 of us have dinner. I mean, we'll still sit together as a family. I just won't be paying any attention to my wife and daughter as we're in the middle of the 4:30 kick. So can't get a whole dinner done by halftime. Or during halftime, I should say. But Can't go wrong with bacon, David. You can go wrong with your starting quarterback. And the Colts, probably the bigger story today. We've been talking NFL-wise. Daniel Jones getting the nod. Anthony Richardson. This is probably the end of Richardson with the Colts. His agent came out and said that there's no trust in him by Steichen. We'll see. I can't imagine. I think we've discussed it already. I think Richardson stays the year. I wouldn't trade him because who's your backup then?
Right.
But beyond this year, I don't see Richardson being in Indianapolis anymore.
No, I don't. They're definitely not going to pick up his fifth-year option unless Jones were to get hurt and Richardson fills in, and he's terrific. But even then, I'm not sure they'd pick it up. They may be ready to move on. Clearly, this coach doesn't want him to be their quarterback moving forward. There have not been a ton of instances. I mean, Mark, how many times do you remember a good old-fashioned quarterback competition in which the loser of the competition ends up being the guy? You know, fate has it, the first guy gets hurt, the winner of the competition it just doesn't perform well, and they turn to the backup. I mean, I would argue Trent Dilfer, best situated, Tony Banks versus Trent Dilfer in Baltimore in 2000, and obviously Dilfer came in and we know what happened. Of course, they then didn't keep him. I mean, that was it. He won the Super Bowl, last game he ever played with the Ravens. You know, I'm a Giants fan. I mean, Phil Simms lost the quarterback competition twice during his career with the Giants and ended up being the guy both times. So, but not a lot of examples.
This generation, it doesn't happen anymore. I mean, this generation, hell, you can pick out the majority of the roster spots before camp opens. Skip the quarterback position. I bet you if we sat with Pat Kirwan before training camp opens, and obviously injuries change it, but I would bet you Pat could give you a minimum of 95% of every roster. And certainly that type of number with the starters, it's all based on the contracts that they sign. There aren't position battles anymore. Very few and far between. You know, Tampa's had a position battle or two, but mainly because of injury. What are they going to do at left tackle for the first 4 weeks? Where's Godwin at? How are we going to run the receivers? But you take injury out of the equation, these lineups are fairly well set heading into camp.
Yep. The occasional veterans thought of as the starter is not performing all that great, and a young guy in camp in the preseason makes you think, maybe we can save a couple million at this position and go with this guy over this guy. But that's about it. Like, I will say, I thought I saw in the preseason games that we just did, Washington and Cincinnati, first off, there was a Bengals safety who's the starter who I thought had a horrible performance. And they had a couple of younger guys who I thought really played well. And I go, I'm going to keep an eye on this guy, see whether or not he stays on the team, because they could save a few million there. But the wide receiver.
Oh, no, go ahead.
And then Mitchell Tinsley, this guy who apparently was on the Bengals practice squad 2 years ago. Then he was with the Commanders last year, and they cut him. And it was listed as third string on the depth chart. And you don't often have third string wide receivers and have the starting quarterback go on national television and basically make a plea that we need to keep him on the roster. Don't let this guy go.
But to your point with the first player, David, yeah, cut him and save a couple million depending on what the contract looks like.
Right.
Because they're not just cutting a veteran unless they can get away with cutting him and saving the money. Most of these contracts are already predetermined of how they're going to affect your cap for that year. And that's why this league has turned so much into a one-year contract league. Most of these free agents now are getting one-year deals. And that's changed the dynamic of how rosters are set. So the position battles, why aren't they there? You know, the question was asked, is it because talent evaluation's gotten better? To a degree, but mainly because of the contracts that players sign. And David's pointed this out a million times on this show. GMs are going to stick with the guys they drafted. Why? Well, it makes them look better.
Yes, it does. And they're cheaper. So it's a win-win until you get rid of somebody that comes back and haunts you. Like I will say, and I had never thought of this before, the Bengals, Mark, are going through this dispute with Hendrickson. If you remember, this is 5 or so years ago, the Bengals didn't want to pay Andrew Whitworth, a tackle. Why? He was in his 30s. And they're like, his best days are behind him. Guess who paid him? The Rams. Guess who won a Super Bowl with Matthew Stafford's left tackle over the Bengals? Andrew Whitworth and the Rams. I heard a Bengals guy point that out on the radio recently and say, you know, it wasn't that long ago. I'd like to think somebody in that organization could go, you know, we gave up on a 30-something a few years ago, and that came back to bite us.
Yeah, you really, I think, have to change your opinion about 30, 31, 32. It's not 10 years ago. It just isn't. Guys are playing longer
and
at a higher level.
And the position. I mean, you can play the offensive line in your mid-30s. You can. And they got rid of Whitworth at like 33 or 34 years of age. Mark, has the Bengals offensive line under Joe Burrow needed an upgrade? Just about every year?
I think he just got sacked at practice
right.
against his own defense. And think about how difficult that is with no Hendrickson. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Today was a day when what's on tap. It's next. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
When Glass Doctor replaces your windshield, we don't just send you on your way, we send you off protected. Your local Glass Doctor includes the industry's only 12-month windshield protection plan at no extra cost. That means unlimited chip repairs and even a one-time replacement if needed. High-quality service backed by real peace of mind, right here in your neighborhood.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
Exclusions apply. See your local Glass Doctor for details.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So Edge's kid got kicked off the Cincinnati Bearcats basketball team.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What did he do?
Personal issues. It does not say. Yeah, Sonny, we literally just talked about that not more than, 15 minutes ago on the show?
Yeah,
Literally
dude.
talked about the first segment of the 9 o'clock hour. You need to, and let me hang on. I may have it. Forget it. Let me check first. Nope. I need Timmy B's number between now and 10. Thank you.
You betcha. I did that for Robes back near Fargo.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
"22 minutes till the top of the hour. Tim Brando, Lee Sterling on our show tomorrow here on Miller and Moulton. If you missed Pat Kirwan or Bud Elliott, who both joined us last hour on the American Paint Supplies hotline, as all our guests do, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs, you can go to millerandmoulton.com. For those of you in Tampa, St. Pete, Moulton spelled a little differently. Don't think lava. No E in Moulton, Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, and enjoy.
Now I'm even more confused how to spell his name, and I do it all the time.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Today Was the Day When is brought to you by Game Day Men's Health with locations in Bonita Springs and Naples. Call today at 239-427-3441. That's 427-3441. Online, GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Mention Miller and Moulton for 10% off of your service. We start in 1915 today when the Chicago White Sox acquired Joe Jackson from Cleveland for 3 players and $31,500. Today in 1920, the American Professional Football Association forms with Jim Thorpe as president. It would later become the National Football League. The first U.S. commercial radio station. It was at that time called 8MK. It's now WWJ in Detroit. Began broadcasting daily today in 1920. The Behemoth in Detroit. WJR began their broadcasting today in 1925. It was today in 1940 that Churchill says of the Royal Air Force, "Never in the field of human conflict was so much owed by so many to so few." In 45, Brooklyn Dodger utility player Tommy Brown homers to drive in his team's only run in an 11-1 loss to the Pirates. Why it may seem insignificant, he was 17 years old at the time, and he remains the youngest player to homer in a Major League Baseball game.
You know, there's a lot of those records, youngest this, youngest that, because they were war years.
Right. I mean, this is 11 days after Nagasaki.
And a lot of our players entered the service and the Major League Baseball, and others were left scrambling to fill rosters. You know, Joe Nuxhall at 15, I believe, made his Major League debut.
Reds, right?
Right, during the war years. So, yeah, still the youngest. Can't imagine it'll ever be topped, do you?
No.
17-year-old homering in the majors?
Today in 65, the Stones release Satisfaction. Today in 67, San Diego Stadium opens with a football game attended by a capacity crowd of 50,000 people. The stadium would be renamed later in honor of local sports writer Jack Murphy.
Hey, how about that?
How about that? Could you imagine someone naming a stadium after a sports writer, sports journalist, sports broadcaster, any of that today?
Wow. Just think about this state. I mean, legendary writers in Tampa, Miami, Orlando, Jacksonville. I mean, I don't know. Put Bianchi's name on something in Orlando. Would that be outrageous?
Yeah. No.
Okay.
It wouldn't be outrageous from the standpoint of doing it. It would be outrageous to think a building would do that for somebody who didn't give them money.
Well, that's true.
Today in 88 in England at the Monsters of Rock Festival, 2 fans are killed during a Guns N' Roses set. Axl Rose implored to the crowd, "Don't effing kill each other." With a wet ground and a record crowd of over 107,000 people, a surge of bodies towards the set causes 2 fans to be crushed to death. Today in 1989, a New York Met joined Barry Bonds and Willie Mays. At the time, the only 3 in the 30-30 club. 30 home runs, 30 stolen bases. It was Howard Johnson.
Yep. And they thought he was using cork bats. I mean, he wasn't the regular third baseman. He was he was on the Tigers. They traded him to the Mets for a starter because Sparky Anderson didn't believe in him. Okay, the Mets didn't believe in him and went out and got Ray Knight, and he was their third baseman on the 86 team. They lost Ray Knight to free agency, had to play Howard Johnson, and he goes 30 for 30. And the whole league thought he was cheating.
Today in 1990, Steinbrenner steps down as Yankees owner. Was that by force? Right, that was by force.
He hired a couple of self-described lowlifes to get dirt on Dave Winfield because he hated Winfield so much at the end of his 10-year contract, and he wanted to get rid of him. Howie Spira, I think, was the guy who ended up bringing down George Steinbrenner, and baseball suspended him. We thought it was going to be for life, by the way. It ended up being 2.5 years. During those 2.5 years, Gene Michael and Buck Showalter ran the Yankees farm system and did all the drafting. Take a look at all the players that were drafted, signed, the Paul O'Neill, Roberto Kelly trade. They were all done while Steinbrenner was suspended. He comes back, and 6 months later, they're a juggernaut.
Today in 2000, Tiger goes back-to-back at the PGA, beating Bob May in a playoff, becoming the first to win 3 majors in a calendar year since Hogan did it in 1953. Tiger wins his 3rd PGA today in 2006 at Medina. Usain Bolt wraps up the 100-200 double with a new 200 world record at the Beijing Games today in 2008. And in 2016, the great Canadian band, the Tragically Hip, played their final concert. Gord Downey, who was diagnosed with terminal brain cancer in 2015, it was the last show he did. It's an amazing show, an amazing documentary on the Hips. I think it's on Amazon Prime. Benjamin Harrison, our 23rd president, and Isaac Hayes would have both celebrated birthdays today. Little footnote, apparently my wife's family is related to Benjamin Harrison. Somehow. Yeah, how about that? Don King is 94. Greg Nettles is 81. Connie Chung, 79. Robert Plant, 77. Al Roker and Quinn Buckner are 71. Fred Durst from Limp Bizkit's 55. Todd Helton's 52. Demi Lovato is 33. And Mitchell Trubisky is 31 years old today. What did I miss, David?
Nothing, and we mentioned it earlier, but since we're doing birthdays, I just want to say happy birthday, Mom.
Yep, Mom Moulton, 81 years old today, starting the stint of the mothers in my life. My mom turned 81 in June. David's mother's 81 today, and my mother-in-law will be 81 on September the 2nd.
I will take Mom to dinner tonight at her favorite restaurant.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
That Rustler Steakhouse is still open?
Ha, ha, ha! You know what? It's Caddy Corner from the old Rustler Steakhouse, so take that, which is now a Panera Bread. So take that.
David, I'll take that, but you're going to have to take this. For the good, we go to Michigan, where a retired Michigan auto worker looked at a Facebook message from a stranger that said, "Did you lose your wallet years ago?" If so, the Minnesota man wrote, "It was in an engine bay of a car." Richard Guilford couldn't believe what he was reading on his phone. A decade-old mystery had been solved. His trifold wallet stuffed with a whopping $15, a driver's license, work ID, gift cards worth $275, and some lotto tickets had turned up under the hood of a car in a repair shop in Lake Crystal, Minnesota. It was a Christmas gift from his son, and now he has his wallet back. Guilford said it restores your faith in humanity that people will say, "Hey, you lost this. I found this. I'm going to get it back to you."
Unbelievable. Do you really have to continue with these stories? I mean, literally, everybody can get their wallet back, except me.
For the bad, we go to Clay County, Florida, where a Florida mother is facing charges after she sent her child to school in the first week of classes, and she packed his book bag with a gun.
Uh-oh.
The child opened their book bag at the start of the day only to find a gun inside. He immediately told the teacher, and the teacher reported it to supervisors and authorities. They were able to keep school going and put it in a secure status. According to the sheriff's office, the mom's in trouble because she told the young child to return the firearm to dad before they left for school. See, the parents are divorced, and dad was picking up the kid to take the kid to school, but the child forgot to tell dad, hey, daddy, get the gun out of my book bag before you drop me off for school. The dad had no idea the gun was there. Mom's in a little bit of trouble.
So mom puts it
put dad's gun in the book bag.
And
elementary school kid, give the gun back to your dad.
Yeah, that's probably not the best judgment. That exchange might need to be done face to face.
I would think. Seems logical. And it's only the bad for what's the appalling ugly. For the ugly, we stay in Florida and we go to Marion County, where a man by the name of Antonio Roman has been arrested, including stalking and battery on disabled victims.
Oh,
this jerk, and I mean jerk, was intentionally spraying special needs children with water as they got on and off the school bus. The school bus stop was near his driveway. In fact, sometime used his driveway to allow the kids with wheelchairs to get on and off the school bus. Well, Antonio Roman, the D-bag from Marion County, set his sprinklers to go off at the exact time that the school bus drop-off and pickup occurred because he was annoyed that they used his driveway. Fortunately, he was arrested on multiple charges, and let's hope that the judge uses his full power to penalize Mr. Roman. That is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, Wednesday, August the 20th, here on Miller and Moulton.
28 of the 30 Major League Baseball teams are in action today. Only the Orioles and Red Sox, who played a rare 2-game series Monday and Tuesday at Fenway, are both off today. Red Sox, I think, waiting for the Yankees, who will join them tomorrow for the beginning. Oh, well, no, I'm sorry. It'll be in the Bronx. So Boston does have to travel the 4 hours to the Bronx. But Yankees finishing up their series with the Rays tonight before beginning that 4-game series with Boston. But otherwise, all the series. Seattle trying to avoid the sweep this afternoon against the Phillies. There are 4 afternoon games, Mark, including your beloved Tigers at 1 o'clock trying to sweep the Astros, who have not scored a run since Saturday. And they've played every day during that time.
Yeah, Seattle has blown a tremendous opportunity here to take that division over because they're losing just as much as the Astros. In fact, they've lost 1 more in a row than Houston has.
They've been outscored 23-0 in their last 3 games, have the Astros. That's tough to do for a first-place team.
Right, but think about it. Going 3 days in the major leagues without scoring a run in today's baseball? This isn't 1968.
Once against the Orioles and twice against the Tigers. The Orioles are like 10 games above 500 since late May. They're now debating in Baltimore, Mark. I know we're up against it, whether or not they should just, they just had a really bad 50 games, and whether or not they're actually a pretty good team that just kind of like, the Braves, who are going to bring back basically the same team next year and just say, I think we're pretty good. We just got everybody hurt. I think Baltimore's debating the same thing. They were 16-34, and they've almost caught the Rays for 4th.
Right. They're only 2 games behind the Rays. And the Rays could end up in last place this year. Whew. Miller and Moulton. Tim Brando and Lee Sterling on the show tomorrow as we get ready for Week 0.
Shoeless Joe Sports Cafe is where your fantasy football draft should be. Free private rooms, Wi-Fi, plus food and drink specials. In August, Shoeless has bingo and trivia Tuesdays and Thursdays with your chance to win free wings and beer for a year. Fridays, live music on the deck. Saturdays, karaoke on the deck. Plus daily meal specials like Wednesdays, $6 wings and half-price pizza. Watch all your baseball and football at Shoeless Joe's, your home for good food, good times, and good sports in the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Think we only fix windows? Think again. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business does so much more to upgrade your home. We custom build stunning shower and bath enclosures, install sleek glass doors and windows, and can bring fresh life to foggy or cracked panes. Need a glass tabletop or a statement mirror? Yep, we do that too. If it's glass and it's in your home, we're the team to call.
Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh yeah!
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller & Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller & Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest, now try the best. Miller & Moulton, MillerandMoulton.com.
This is Miller & Moulton